This happened about 6 years ago. I was in high school and was a junior at the time. It was the spring semester, and I remember that the junior locker commons were near the east exit of the school. I don't remember exactly what day of the week it was, but I do know that I was in my class that had study hall in it. This is where we just had some free time to do homework and stuff like that. As soon as it started, I asked my teacher if I could get my math book from my locker, and he said yes. Now, I had a long walk to get to my locker because my class was on the complete opposite side of the school, and it took about 5 minutes to get there. I had some homework that I really wanted to get done, so I walked quickly because study hall only lasted about 30 minutes. I got to my locker, and literally as soon as it opened, I heard a noise come over the school speakers. Somebody started talking, and I really couldn't hear the announcement because the audio wasn't that great. It sounded like when you're talking on the phone to someone, and they have their mouth too close to the phone, but I thought I heard the words lockdown somewhere in what they were saying. I assumed it was a drill because the voice didn't seem too panicked or anything like that, and I wasn't seeing anything weird like a suspicious person in the hall or anything. I got my book out of my locker and then took a few steps away from it to get to my classroom. But around the corner, where some of the science classrooms were, I heard a teacher yell something at a kid about being in the hallway. It seemed like a kid got in trouble for being out in the hallway, and I didn't want to get in trouble either, even though I was just going back to my class. I thought maybe I could just wait out the drill, which might last 5 or 10 minutes, and then go back to my class. At this point, there was nobody in the hallways at all, and where the locker commons were, it was like a maze of lockers everywhere, and you could hide pretty easily. I stayed where I was and then sat on the ground. I wasn't hearing any footsteps or anything like that for a while. I went on my phone and started playing some games on it. Time went by, and when 15 minutes had passed and I hadn't heard anything saying the drill was over, I started to get worried. Maybe it wasn't a drill. I thought about getting up and going back, but I felt like I was in too deep now. I stayed there thinking of what I should do. Then I heard the sound of a locker quietly opening a few rows over. I didn't know anybody else had been over here. I heard footsteps coming closer to me, and I figured it was a student, so I went over to meet him. Maybe it was one of my friends. When I got over and we were both inside of each other, I saw that it was a student, but I didn't recognize him. He looked to be about my age, and even though I didn't know him, I was glad that somebody else was back here with me, and it made me feel a little bit better. We said hi to each other, and the kid told me that his name was Daniel. I asked him if the lockdown was a drill or what, and he told me that it wasn't a drill. This confirmed what I was already worried about. Daniel said that he didn't know what the reason for the lockdown was exactly, but he just knew that it wasn't a drill, and so he was hiding in the locker commons. He also didn't want to go back to his class and just wanted to wait it out. We sat there and talked for several minutes about our classes and basic stuff. Then he asked me if Mr. Stevens still taught class in room 108. I told him that I really didn't know. Then Daniel suddenly got sort of agitated. He asked me how on earth I didn't know that. I had a bad feeling about this now, and I asked Daniel why he was getting so mad. He turned and looked at me with lots of anger in his face. My bad feeling was now getting worse. I just wanted to go back to my class now. I told him, "My bad, I think I'm just gonna go back to my class, man." He told me not to, but my mind was already made up. I took a few steps away, and then Daniel stood up. When he did, I turned and ran away, sprinting out of the locker commons and into the main hallway. I heard Daniel starting to run after me, and it caused me to go even faster than I already was. I made it out of the main hallways to the cafeteria, which was about the halfway point to my classroom. When I got there, I saw one of the gym teachers. He was standing outside one of the doors leading to the gyms, and I ran over to him, and when he saw me, I felt much better. I asked him if I could get inside, and he looked confused but let me in, probably because I had had him for one of my classes before. He asked me what I was doing, and I tried my best to explain the situation. We were under a lockdown for about 10 more minutes after that, until I found out that sure enough, Daniel had been caught. He wasn't even a student at our school. He had been several years prior, but had dropped out. I guess he hated Mr. Stevens because he had failed him, and Daniel was now returning to get his revenge on him. When I met him, I believed 100% that he was a student, and it now makes it even more creepy when I look back at it.
I'd recently moved to a new city and was unfamiliar with things. It was kind of tough for me being at a new school and having to make new friends and whatnot. One day, I had to make up a test, so I went to the history department to take it during my study hall time. And when I was done, I had to make it up to my next class, which was geography. As I was walking, I heard over the speakers that we were on a lockdown. I tried to hurry and make it to my class, but I guess it was farther away than I thought, and it took me a little longer than I expected. The hallways were already completely empty because classes were in session. I got more and more nervous the longer I was out in the hallways because I knew I wasn't supposed to be there. Then I saw a teacher come around a corner and see me. He looked surprised to see me, and I almost tried to run away, but I realized it would probably just get me in trouble. So I explained to the teacher I was just trying to get to my class. He said I shouldn't be out in the halls and that I was in trouble. He then told me to come with him, so I began to follow him down the halls. We walked to the end of the hall and down the stairs. Then he went to an exit of the school and started to walk out. I was a little surprised, but I figured maybe we were in a serious lockdown and we were supposed to leave the school. Just as we got out the door, though, the man grabbed my arm. Once he did, I got a terrible feeling. We walked a few steps into the parking lot until I heard a voice yell, "Hey," at us. Then someone yelled at the man to let me go. The man did and then took off running past the parking lot. Another teacher then rushed out to me and asked me if I was all right. I was fine, but very shocked at what had just taken place. The school stayed under a lockdown until they were able to make sure the area was clear. The school didn't have the best of security at the time, and the man had pretty much just walked right into the school. The scary part is, I don't know if he was ever caught.
When I went to college, I went to a large university with about 40,000 students. It was a big campus, and I went there for 4 years. For some more background, I'm a female, and this happened in my junior year. It was in the fall, and had been a pretty normal school year to that point. During that time, I lived a little ways off campus in an apartment that I rented with 2 other roommates. Most of the classes that I went to had quite a few other students in them. We would have class in large rooms with many seats, and it was hard to know all of the other students in each class. In one class that I had, I usually got there early and sat in the same spot. It was kind of towards the back and on one end near the aisle. I would be one of the first students to class, and a few weeks into the semester, a guy started sitting next to me. He also started talking to me every time that he sat there, and I wasn't happy about this. He was rude and annoying and wouldn't leave me alone. He never introduced himself to me, but I found out that his name was Jake. Every time that he talked to me, he would say that I should come over to his place, and I would always say no to him. It only went on for like 2 weeks when he would sit by me. It felt like longer though, because he would never pay attention to class like I tried to. He would talk to me, or just go on his phone, and it was really distracting. When I told him that he was being annoying, he didn't stop until like the 5th time that I told him. He finally did stop though, and also stopped showing up to class. I would see him after class though, and he kept trying to talk to me. Soon though, I stopped seeing him altogether. I didn't really know anything about him, but once I stopped seeing him, I was glad. I didn't give it much more thought. But no more than a week after I stopped seeing him altogether, he began reaching out to me on social media. He first added me on Snapchat. I'm not sure how he got my username, but after he added me, I added him back, not knowing that it was the same Jake. When he started snapping me, I realized who it was. I did not reply, and I deleted him. He then moved to Instagram and started sending me direct messages. I didn't respond, and then he started sending me texts. I had no interest in him at all, so I blocked him on all platforms. Now, it wasn't just the fact that I didn't like him. He came across as really sketchy. Something about him definitely gave me a bad feeling. After I blocked him, I thought that my problems were over. I figured the guy would leave me alone and move on. For several days, I didn't hear from him or see him. But then, one night, I happened to be at home at my apartment by myself. Both of my 2 roommates were gone. One was at work, and the other was at her boyfriend's. There was then a knock on the door. It was like 9 o'clock at night, so this was kind of weird. Our apartment was on the 2nd level of 2, but it also opened up to the outdoors and a walkway. It was kind of like a motel if I had to describe it, but it was apartments. I walked over and looked out the window to see Jake standing there. I had a really bad feeling right away. How did he know where I lived? I had no idea, but there was no way that I was answering the door for this guy. My first thought was to try and ignore it. I calmly walked away into the hallway and then my bedroom. I heard the knocking again coming from the front door, but I still ignored it. After probably 5 minutes of not hearing any more knocking sounds, I left my bedroom. But when I got into the living room, I saw Jake standing there, but leaning down and looking into our window. We had some curtains, but they didn't really cover the whole window. It wasn't that hard to see in. He was looking right at me. My first reaction was to move quickly back into my bedroom. As I was walking away, he started banging on the glass. I had a really bad feeling and was afraid that he was going to break in. He banged on the glass again, even harder than before. At that point, I decided to call the police. Clearly, he could see that I did not want to talk to him and I wanted him to go away. I dialed 911 and hid in my bedroom as I told the operator the situation and what was going on. I was told that the police would be there shortly. Meanwhile, I wasn't really hearing anything like knocks on the window or door. I got curious as I waited and went out into the hallway and looked around the corner. When I did, I saw that he was still there and looking through the window like before. I went back into my bedroom and did not come out until I was sure that the police were there. They arrived pretty fast, and Jake was still at my door. I heard them talking to him and went into my living room. They basically talked to Jake and told him not to bother me again in any way. He agreed, and then they sent him on his way. Then I talked to the officers and told them about what had happened. I hoped that this incident would cause Jake to leave me alone once and for all, and for the next week or so, I did not see him or hear from him. I thought that everything was good again. Probably like a week and a half later, I had a normal school day. I went to one of my classes like I always did. Maybe 10 minutes into it, I heard this weird noise come over the class speakers. The professor stopped what he was doing and then went to look at his phone. There was then an announcement that campus was being locked down. This seemed really strange, and everyone was confused. All of the people in the class seemingly started talking at once. The professor walked over to all of the doors, closed them, and locked them. He told us that we could not leave until the lockdown was over. I tried to find out what was going on, but nobody really seemed to know anything. This went on for probably 30 minutes or longer. Finally, it was over, and the professor ended class early. After that, I went home. I found out that the lockdown was caused when somebody spotted a man who happened to be Jake walking on campus, but he was seen with what appeared to be a gun. It was reported, and there was immediately a lockdown followed by an investigation. I guess Jake tried to go in a building that was locked and then left campus, but police caught up with him after a campus security guard saw him walking away. Nobody was harmed or anything, but Jake didn't even go to our school. I couldn't help but wonder if he was trying to go after me. I had, after all, called the police on him. Luckily, though, he was spotted pretty quickly and nothing happened. It still really creeps me out to think about it, though.
When I was in high school, during my senior year, I was a teacher's assistant for a gym class. This was great for me because I've always liked sports and athletics. I was the assistant for a teacher, Mr. Robertson, who had been my personal favorite gym teacher. Being an assistant for him was great because occasionally I would get to play the games the class was playing with them. Other times, I would do actual work, like help set things up or help to grade a few assignments that the class had. The class was the second hour for me, and one day we were going to play kickball. We used those large mats that can fold up as bases, and Mr. Robertson asked me to go get some from the storage closet when class started. This was a bit of a trek. The storage closet was outside of the gym and a ways down 2 different hallways. It was pretty inconvenient, but our school was sort of old, so off I went to get the 3 mats. Luckily, they had those flat carts, so you could just wheel the equipment in, and that made things a lot easier. I got to the end of the hallway, which didn't have any classrooms attached to it, and was only used for storage rooms. Then I opened the storage closet and looked inside. Once inside, I saw inside the dark, cluttered closet and turned on the light. Turning on the light switch didn't do a whole lot of good, and it was still pretty dim in there, but it was better than before. I looked around the room until I found the mats. When I went to grab them, though, I suddenly and clearly saw some random guy come out from behind a large box. This guy had long, stringy hair and a baggy, short-sleeved shirt on. I turned and ran out of the room, closing the door behind me. When I made it outside of the room, for some reason, I had it in my mind to hide in one of the other storage rooms in that hallway. Looking back,
I wish I would have just ran all the way back to the gym, because I probably could have outran that guy, but it was sort of a long ways, and for whatever reason, I quickly found a storage room, got inside, and hid. I heard the door to the storage closet open like 5 seconds after I hid. I then quickly went behind some large object that I couldn't see because it was pitch black in there, and then held my breath. I was careful not to make a sound. I heard footsteps walk out into the hallway and get closer. The footsteps slowly continued walking, and then they got quieter. It sounded like they passed by the room that I was hiding in, but I couldn't quite tell. I took my phone out of my pocket and quickly turned the brightness down. Then, I attempted to text one of my friends what was going on, but I had no signal in there. I wanted to leave, but I had absolutely no idea where the guy was now. I sat there waiting and trying to hear some kind of noise to indicate where this guy was. However, I wasn't hearing anything at all. I thought about going back to class, but every time that I did, I just kept picturing the guy waiting right outside the door for me. The real problem was that I had no way of contacting anybody to tell them what was going on. I stayed there. I don't know how long I was there, but eventually I heard over the intercom outside in the hallway that there was a lockdown going on. I figured somebody must have seen that guy, but was he far away from me now, or was he still right over here? I was banking on him being far away, and I decided that I could leave now. I got up from my hiding spot and took a few steps towards the door. But literally right when I was about to open it, I heard footsteps coming my way. I didn't know whose they were, but given the fact that the school was under a lockdown, I figured it was that guy again. I stopped where I was and tried to be silent. The footsteps walked closer and closer at a fast and steady pace. Eventually, they reached me, but passed by the room that I was in. I was pretty scared at that time, and I did not want to leave anymore. I slowly and quietly made my way back into my hiding place. Some time went by before I once again heard footsteps. They were coming from the same direction that the guy had came from before. This time, the footsteps got right outside the room that I was in, and then it opened. Light poured into the room, and I saw a police officer stood in the doorway. I was really glad to see him, and I ran out of the room. He told me that they knew where the other guy was hiding, and that I didn't have to worry about it anymore. I was returned to my class, who was locked down inside the gym. The guy was caught a short time later. Looking back at this, it was the scariest moment of my high school career. I really don't know how the guy got inside the school, but I'm glad everyone was okay. In my freshman year of high school, during the first semester, I had a civics class as my last class of the day. The school that I went to was pretty average size, I would say. I remember the class that I was in had about 20 kids in it. It was a couple of months into the school year at this point, and on this Thursday afternoon, we were all just listening to the teacher go through some announcements, when suddenly the phone in the classroom rang. The teacher, Mrs. Lindstrom, walked over and answered it. Then she hung up and told us all that the school was going under a lockdown. She seemed pretty serious and told us that this was not a drill. She locked her classroom door and then turned out the lights and instructed us to the back end of the classroom. We all got up from our desks and went to the back. There was a lot of whispering going on, but nobody seemed to know why we were under a lockdown. The longer we all sat back there, the more concerned everyone seemed to get, which made me start to worry. I started thinking of all the possibilities of what could be going on. It got really quiet after a while, and at one point we heard footsteps going down the hallway, but we didn't know whose they were. The lockdown went on for probably 30 more minutes before there was another call to the classroom announcing that the lockdown had been ended. We returned to class for the final 15 minutes or so, but the only thing on my mind was what could have caused it. School was dismissed after that, and I left school to get on my bus. When I got outside the school, I noticed several police cars with flashing lights. Everyone was talking about the lockdown, and I heard several rumors about what it was, but it wasn't until later that night where I got the real answer. My friend Robbie, whose mother worked at the school, told me that the lockdown had been caused by a student who claimed to see a strange man wandering the halls. However, after an extensive search of the school, one of the back doors was seen to be open, and it was determined that the man had left. The area was briefly searched, but the man was never found. The next day, when I went back to school, everything seemed to be pretty normal, and by the time I got to third hour, I had forgotten all about what had happened the day before. It was a Friday, so I was pretty much just excited to go to the football game that night. In the middle of my third hour class, which was history, I had to go to the bathroom.
I knew the teacher was one of the nicer ones who didn't require a pass or anything, so I just asked and she allowed me to go. I walked down the halls of the bathrooms, which are towards the end. As soon as I opened the door and got inside, I came face to face with a man who I had never seen before. He was wearing a winter hat and had long black hair and a small beard. He looked really surprised to see me. We both stood there staring at each other for a second or two. Then the man came towards me and I turned and ran. I ran back to class. When I got back, I told my teacher what I had seen, and the school once again went on another lockdown. This time we stayed locked down for over an hour. I was terrified, but finally it ended, and afterwards everyone was allowed to go home early. They told us the man had finally been caught, but what I don't understand is how they didn't find him the first time the school was locked down, and what he was doing inside there in the first place.
I'm a former high school janitor. I worked at this high school about 10 minutes from where I lived for about 2 years. When I worked, it was always during the daytime, and I would start in the morning. So I was basically there for the entire time that school was going on. Most of my work would be done when classes were in session. Then I always had to make sure that everything was back to normal for all the times in between classes. I had actually worked as a night janitor for a couple of months before that at a different school. I highly preferred to work during the day though. The way you could work during class periods and kind of take breaks in between classes made the day go by faster. Also, I could have a normal sleeping schedule. So anyways, this happened one normal school day. I was working in the West Wing and doing some basic floor mopping. This was during the first class period of the day. The period was almost over when I heard the school was having a lockdown. There was an announcement made over the speakers of the entire school. I had never been working during a lockdown before, so I didn't really know what to do. I mean, I was a janitor, I wasn't a student, and I didn't have an office. I also had no idea as to why there was a lockdown going on. My plan was to put my cleaning equipment away and then go to the school offices. There was this main office room that had a reception desk and some stuff, and that was near the front door. That would be a solid bet of where I should go. I was a little bit nervous, not knowing the reasoning for the lockdown. I didn't hear or see anything strange though. As far as I knew, there was nothing out of the ordinary going on near me. So I quickly finished mopping the area where I was. Then I went to bring my mop back to my janitor's closet. It was just in the next hallway over at the end of it. So I walked over there with my mop and then opened the door to my closet. When I did, the first thing I saw was this woman standing in the back corner. The closet was not very big at all, and I had no clue as to what she was doing in there. She was certainly not a student and not a teacher either. I saw her, and after a moment, I started to ask her what she was doing in there. That's when she just started running at me. She was also holding something, but I couldn't tell what it was. Probably something that was lying around in there, as there was lots of random things in that closet. As she was running towards me, I instantly moved back and ran out of the door. I tried closing it, but she reached the doorway before it shut and stopped it from closing. Then I just started sprinting away from there. After running down the hallway, I went down another one. By that point, I realized that the woman had stopped chasing me. I then stopped running, but still walked very quickly to get to the area that I had been planning to go. When I made it there, I knocked on the doors and was soon let in. I was asked if I had seen a woman, and they gave me a description exactly matching the woman that I had seen. I said yes and talked about how she charged at me. Apparently, she was not supposed to be in the school, and that's why the lockdown took place. The police had already been called and were on their way. I waited there for maybe 20 to 30 minutes until the lockdown was over. Then, after that, things went back to normal. I continued work. The woman apparently had entered the school claiming to be a parent. Then she tried to abduct one of the students. I'm not sure how or why, but that's the only information that I heard about it. I'm really glad that she did not succeed.
This is a bizarre story from my time in high school. When I was a senior, we had a student transfer into the class. His name was Michael. Michael seemed like a pretty average kid to me. He was mostly quiet, and over time we became friends a little bit. I was a pretty friendly guy and was friends with almost everybody in my grade, even though it was a pretty large school. I had 2 classes with Michael, and so we would mainly just talk about class, sports, and basic school conversations. But beyond that, I didn't know a whole lot about Michael. As for myself, I was a pretty average student. I liked to spend more time talking sports and playing video games than studying, but I did get my work done. One day, I showed up to class and talked with Michael about sports before the class started. We sat next to each other in that particular class, which was assigned by the teacher, and we would usually chat most days. When I got to my second to last class of the day, which Michael was also in, I found that he wasn't there. I didn't sit next to him in this class, but still noticed that he was gone. About 5 minutes into class, suddenly our school went into a lockdown. The teacher instructed us to go to the back of the room. He then turned off the lights and locked the door. We remained that way for almost an hour before we were told everything was fine and we could resume our classes. Everybody in the school, of course, wondered the whole time what the reasoning for the lockdown was. I'm not going to lie, I was a little bit nervous when we were all in that classroom in the back corner. I wondered if we were in danger or not. At last, the next day, I learned the reason we had a lockdown, and when I did, it shocked me. The kid Michael that went to our school was not who he said he was. He wasn't even a kid at all. It was found out that he was a 26-year-old man who had been pretending to be a high school student. He had a lengthy criminal history of drug and stolen property crimes, and for some reason had come to my school. I don't know what his plans or intentions were, and it blows my mind how he was able to actually enroll. It's crazy to think how I had become friends with him, talking sports, not knowing he wasn't who he said he was the whole time. The school officials had found it out, and that's when the school went under a lockdown. It makes for a crazy story for me to tell now.
This story takes place about 10 years ago on a day just like any other. I went to a pretty big and old high school. I was in English class, and I think that it was towards the end of the school day. We had a normal class period, and we had like 5 minutes left. That's when our teacher, Miss Williams, got up and told the class that we were now under a lockdown. She went and locked the door and then came back. Of course, everybody was curious as to what it was for. Somebody asked her, but she said that she didn't know. The class was pretty big, maybe like 30 to 40 students, and I sat at the far back of the class. We all sat there at our desks for a while. Nobody was allowed to leave or anything, and we basically just had to sit there and wait. But I wasn't too nervous. I remember that we had a lockdown a few months before this one, and it turned out to be almost nothing. I think a business was robbed like 3 miles away, and they locked down all the schools in the area just as a precaution. In this situation, our teacher didn't seem too worried, and most of the students didn't either. We all wanted to know what the lockdown was for, but I think we all assumed it wasn't anything too serious. Nobody was asked to go under the desks or to the back of the classroom or anything like that. It was just like study hall for the most part during the lockdown. We all just talked or played games on our phones and things like that. It went on and on for about an hour. By that time, I was getting pretty bored. I was talking to my friend Adam and some other kids in the class that were my friends. At one point, I mentioned how I wanted to just get out and see what the lockdown was for, or even just leave the school. It was approaching the time that school would end, and I didn't want to be stuck in school all day. In our classroom, there were these doors in the back. They were not very noticeable and rarely used. They went to a little storage hallway, and I simply got up and walked over and opened it. At first, I was just kind of joking around with Adam that I was going to leave, but I noticed that Miss Williams was sitting at her computer and looking at it, and not really paying much attention to the class. It would be really easy for me to leave without being seen, so I decided to just do it. When I got into the small dark hallway, I closed the door back up, and I saw a bunch of old junk that was in storage. I walked down the hall to where I knew it opened up into one of the main hallways of the school. When I got outside of there, I could see that it was pretty much empty in the halls. It pretty much just looked like any time there was class going on and you would walk out. My plan was to just leave the school and then go home. It was almost 2:30 p.m. and school was supposed to get out at 2:50. I walked down the hallways towards the staircase that led to the exit, and I was careful to be quiet and look out so that nobody else would see me. When I got to the staircase, I walked down it, but when I got to the main level of the school, I heard someone's voice, like maybe a teacher. I couldn't see them, but they sounded like they were right around the corner. I couldn't risk walking past them to try to leave, so I kept going down the stairs to wait it out. The stairs kept going and led to the basement. The basement was at the lowest level of the school, and they had some old classrooms down there. Those classrooms are no longer used though, and the entire basement was used pretty much as just storage. It wasn't really that big either. It only had maybe 8 rooms in it. When I went down there, I realized how dark it was. I didn't intend on staying down there long at all. I went down to the base of the stairs and was waiting for whoever was up top to leave the stairs. But then I heard some voices from upstairs getting closer, like they might come down. So I went deeper into the basement and then couldn't see much because of how dark it was. When I got a ways down into the basement hallway, I heard another noise. This one, though, was coming from the basement behind me. It sounded like somebody walking closer to my direction. I sensed them getting closer and closer, and I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't think anybody was supposed to be down there. I thought about turning around and looking, but I decided not to. Instead, I just ran as fast as I could back up the staircase and went up the stairs to the first floor. I ran out into the main hallway where I had heard the voices before. There, I saw several police officers and some other teachers. They looked really surprised to see me. I figured that I would get in trouble and be sent to the principal's office, but they all started asking me if I was okay. I told them that there was someone else in the basement, and then they told me that's where they thought the suspect was. They ended up going down there eventually, and I was taken back to my class until the lockdown ended about 30 minutes later. Some guy had snuck into the school, and when he was spotted, he ran away, and we ended up going into a lockdown, but nobody could seem to find the guy after that. He had gone down into the basement when I went down there, and looking back at that, I'm really glad that I ran away when I did.
I'm currently a high school history teacher. This is something that happened a few years ago. It was a normal school day. I had just finished teaching a class, and it was going into the 3rd period for the day. During this hour, I did not have a class. Each teacher in the department would get an hour where they didn't have a class. It was different for most teachers, though. Usually, I would use this hour to grade assignments and prepare lessons. So on this day, when class ended and the next period started, I left my classroom. I was going to the teacher's lounge to make some coffee, and then I would go back to my classroom. Each department had a teacher's lounge. The history department at the school had 5 of us, so when I got to the room, it was empty. It was just a little ways down the hall, and was between one hallway and another. It was sort of a weird room, because it had 2 windows in it that looked out to the hallways. We had curtains inside, though, that were always closed, so nobody could see in. I'm not really sure why there were windows in the room in the first place, but nevertheless, inside the lounge was a few couches, a table, some chairs, a fridge, and a TV. It was basically a break room. The floors were also carpeted, and it was comfortable in there. I took my time making coffee, because I didn't really have that much work to do. As I was in there, though, I heard over the school speakers that there was a lockdown. I was really surprised at first. In all of my time as being a teacher to that point, I had never seen a real lockdown. We had several drills, but never a real one. I was wondering what the reason was. To that point, it had seemed like a very normal school day. I decided to go to the doorway and open it up. If there were any students in the hallway, I would make sure that they got to a classroom. When I looked out into the hallway, I saw no one. It was very quiet. Then I went back into the lounge, got my coffee, and was going to head back to my classroom. But when I got to the doorway to leave, I looked out into the hallway and actually saw someone. It wasn't a student, though, or another teacher. It was a man who was younger looking, but way too old to be a high school student. Probably mid to late 20s. He was walking in my direction. I decided to go back inside the teacher's lounge. My instincts were telling me that he wasn't supposed to be in here. After I got inside, I locked the door to the lounge. Seconds later, somebody tried opening it. Obviously, it was the guy who I had seen. I was really surprised that he tried going inside this room. Why would he want to go in the teacher's lounge? The guy then knocked on the door. I wasn't sure whether to answer it or not. For a moment, I was going to. Then I heard him say on the other side, "Let me in." The way he said it was demanding. It made me not want to let him in. I didn't answer, and instead got my phone out to call the principal. I wanted to ask why we were in a lockdown, and I wanted to know who this guy was. The guy knew that I was in here, so I called out asking him who he was. He didn't answer me, and just asked to be let in again. When I called the principal, he didn't pick up the phone. He was probably busy. I waited for a minute or so, and then called again. Meanwhile, the guy who had tried to go in the lounge hadn't knocked or said anything in a while, so I thought that maybe he had left. At least, that's what I was hoping. I tried to call the principal again, but as I was dialing, suddenly, I heard the sound of shattering glass. I looked over and saw that one of the windows to the break room was being broken. Some type of blunt object was crashing up against it. The curtains were still closed, so I couldn't see to the other side very well. Soon, the entire window was smashed. I stood there, kind of in shock. Then, I saw the man who had been in the hallway. He suddenly started to climb through the window and enter the room. As he was doing that, I sprinted for the door. When I got to it, I ran out and kept running until I had made it back to my classroom. When I got there, I unlocked the door and went inside, then locked the door behind me, all without looking back. Luckily for me, I didn't see the guy. I finally felt safe now that I was in my classroom, but the guy was still inside of the school. I called the police then on my phone, and I was told that they were aware of a lockdown situation at the school. Some officers were already on the way. After that, I didn't hear or see anything else. I waited inside of my classroom. The lockdown finally ended about 15 or 20 minutes later. The guy was caught by police when they found him still inside of the teacher's lounge. He had snuck into the school somehow and was on drugs. Aside from that, I don't know much other details. I'm not sure what his actual intentions were. I'm really glad that I got away from him, though.
This story happened my senior year of high school, which was about 5 years ago now. That year, they added this new room at the back part of the school. I can't remember the exact name they used for the room, but it was basically just an area with several computers and tables, and it was used for giving students extra help with school or making up tests and things like that. It had been made out of an old abandoned classroom that wasn't used for several years. At this time, I had been out of school for 2 days with an ear infection, and in that time, I missed a math test. When I returned to the math teacher, he allowed me to make up the test during study hall, so I went to that new room to take it. The teacher, Mr. Marcus, didn't want to have to go to the room and watch me take the test, so he let me go by myself and said he trusted me not to cheat. I walked all the way over to the room, which was pretty much on the complete opposite end of the school, and once I got to the room, I sat down and began the test. It wasn't too long of a test, but it was a really important one. Right when I got to the third question, the telephone in the room started ringing. I didn't want to get up and answer it, but I figured it was probably Mr. Marcus. I walked over and picked it up. When I did, I was told we were under a lockdown and there was a suspicious person in the building. I was scared being all by myself back in this room with nobody else there, and there wasn't even a classroom next to me I could go to because this classroom was between 2 locker rooms for the gym, which was also nearby. I did what I was instructed to do and shut the door. As I did, I decided to take a quick look out into the hallway. It was completely empty and quiet as well. I went back in and decided to turn off the lights. I went out of sight of the door and went towards the back. Then I took out my phone and used the screen to give me some light to try to do more questions of the test. However, I couldn't really focus with us being in a lockdown. Suddenly, I heard the door to the room that I was in open. It was at that moment that I remembered I hadn't locked the door. Quickly, I ducked down underneath the table that I was at. I could see just barely from under the table a small amount of light coming in from the doorway and saw boots on the ground. At least they appeared to be boots, as I couldn't really see much. I was terrified, and I held my breath so that I wouldn't make a sound. Whoever was in there stood in the doorway for a while, and then the door shut. I barely heard footsteps walking into the room. I was literally shaking, trying not to make a sound. The room then went completely silent and remained that way. I slowly breathed in and out as quietly as I could. I was expecting at any moment to feel someone grab me from behind or something like that. But then, out of nowhere, I heard the sound of a computer falling off a desk to the ground. Then I heard the noise of a man yelling and screaming. It seemed as though whoever was in this room had gone into a rage and was screaming and smashing things. I opened my eyes and looked over. I still couldn't really see anything, but I could hear where all the noise was coming from, and it was at the opposite end of the classroom to my left. I was terrified and knew I needed to get out of there. The exit was directly in front of me and to the right, and the noises were directly in front of me to the left, so I figured I had to make a run for it. I took a deep breath, and then got out from under the desk and ran as fast as I could, as whoever was in there continued to seemingly destroy things in the room. I ran forward to the door and was just barely able to see where I was going. I stumbled into a chair just before the door, but I was still able to make it out. I heard the man yelling as I left the room and sprinted down the hallway. I ran all the way to the front end of the school, where I saw a police officer. I yelled where the guy was and that he was destroying things. Another officer led me out of the school. After some time, I was able to calm down and they ended up catching the man. I got to go home right after that, and I feel so lucky that I made it out of that room, because obviously whoever was in there was very dangerous.
This happened back when I was in middle school. I believe it was my 8th grade year. Back then, I would consider myself to be a pretty average kid. I was a decent student, but during that school year, I remember there was this kid named Jake who was in my grade, and I did not get along with him. Jake wasn't really part of my friend group, and he always seemed to be a little bit more of a troublemaker. He would skip class a lot and things like that. I knew these things because I happened to have a bunch of classes with him that year, and the year prior as well. I don't exactly remember how it started, but I felt like he hated me and was always rude to me when we would have to talk to each other during class or something. One day at school, somebody in my friend group mentioned how Jake had casually said some negative things about me. Of course, I wasn't around when he said it, and it made me really angry. I ended up confronting Jake after class in the hallway, and I said some things that I probably shouldn't have looking back. It got a little bit heated, and some friends sort of had to calm us down. After that, a day or two went by without us speaking to each other or anything. Then came that memorable day. I don't remember exactly what day of the week it was, but probably later in the week. The classes that I had with Jake were 2nd period and 3rd period. Both classes went by without us so much as looking at each other. As far as I was concerned, I was going to ignore him for the rest of the school year. Then, during 5th hour, I had gotten to my classroom and was on my phone waiting for class to start. I saw that I had received a text message from a new number. I opened it, and it said that it was Jake, and he wanted to patch things up with me. He then said that he wanted to meet me during 5th hour for 5 minutes at the South End bathrooms. I considered this, and at first didn't want anything to do with him. But then, I thought about it again and figured that it would be best to sort things out with Jake. As much as I was angry with him, I didn't want to go into high school having enemies, and I thought maybe Jake would apologize to me or something like that. I texted Jake back that I would, and he texted back saying that he would be waiting. So when a good time in class came, I asked my teacher if I could go to the bathroom, and he said yes. I then walked down to the south bathrooms. The south bathrooms were the farmost bathrooms at the end of a hallway. They were popular because of how out of the way they were. My classroom was sort of far away, and it would take me almost 2 minutes to get there. I was lucky that my teacher for 5th period was not that strict, and we mostly just did busy work, so he wouldn't really care if I was gone for a little bit. As I was probably 3/4 of the way there, suddenly I heard noises come across the school speakers. At first, I was really confused. I didn't know what it could be. Then I saw a teacher a ways up come walking out of their classroom. When she saw me, she called me over to her class. I went with her, but I still had no idea what was happening. She told me that we were in a lockdown now, and I had to stay inside her classroom until it was over. I could see that there was no other students inside the classroom. I recognized her, but I never had a class with this particular teacher. She told me that she did not have class during this hour. Her and I waited inside her classroom for maybe 10 minutes until the lockdown was lifted. It was very fast, and I remember that afterwards I was sent back to my original classroom. When I had made it back there, I was only there for like a minute, and then the principal herself knocked on our classroom door. I then was asked to go with her. All of these things happened really fast, and I was confused until I was later told what was going on. Apparently, Jake had invited me to talk to him at one of the bathrooms and then told one of his friends that he didn't plan to talk to me when I got there, but to, quote, mess me up bad. I was told that he was seen by another student walking to the bathrooms with a possible weapon. What weapon he had or what he was using as a weapon, I never found out, and I don't know if I want to. Anyways, when the kid saw him, he reported it to his teacher, which caused the lockdown. He was quickly found, and luckily, the teacher spotted me before I made it to the bathrooms. Jake ended up getting expelled from our school for this incident.
I remember one day back in high school, I had a dentist appointment. It was earlier in the morning, so I got a pass and was excused from class at a certain time. My mom then picked me up from my high school and drove me to the dentist's. It wasn't a very long appointment, and probably within an hour, my mom drove me back to school. Now it was about halfway through the third period of the day, I believe. After dropping me back off at the side door, my mom left and I re-entered the school. I had a pass and started walking back to my classroom, which was a long ways away. I took my time walking and was in no hurry to get back to class because it was usually pretty boring. But as I was walking, I suddenly heard this announcement on the school speakers. There was a message that we were being locked down. It really took me by surprise. I tried to walk faster now and get to my classroom. I didn't know why there was a lockdown, but it couldn't be anything good. Now, to get to class, I had to go down several different hallways. I had already walked up to the second floor, which is what level my classroom was on. When I was almost there, I heard this running coming from up ahead. This seemed really strange, and I had a bad feeling about going any farther, so I stopped and then listened to the running. It was not within my view, but it sounded as though it was getting closer. I backed up and then walked towards a staircase that was nearby. When I heard the person running starting to go around the corner, I then ran for the stairs. I quickly went down them, which led back down to a hallway on the first floor. Once there, I went into the hallway, but could hear the person running still. Then it sounded like they were going to start going down the stairs as well. At that point, I began quickly walking down that hallway. I was wondering who was running and why. I really had no idea where to go down that hallway. As the person was going down the stairs, I decided to just go back and hide underneath the stairs. There was an area where I could go behind them. It was a pretty good hiding place, and I just hoped that the person wouldn't hear me and come over. I could only assume that the running was somehow related to the lockdown. So when I got under the stairs, I heard footsteps above me. I got really nervous when they reached the bottom, but thankfully, I heard them start to run away down the hallway. I looked out and saw that there was a man running in the distance, but he didn't appear to be a student. I then ran back up the staircase to get to my classroom. As soon as I reached the top, I was starting to head in the right direction when I heard running again. The same guy was now running back up the stairs, it seemed. It took me by surprise, and I didn't think that I would be able to get to my classroom if this guy was after me, so I started to literally run down the hallway. I made it to the end of one, and then heard the footsteps in the hall behind me, and they started to head in my direction. Then I just randomly turned and went the wrong way, not towards my class. I was just desperate to get away from this guy at this point. I quickly turned and then went down another hallway. I could still sort of hear the footsteps, and I walked faster and saw another staircase, so I went down this one. After reaching the end of those stairs, I walked down another hallway, very careful to listen for any footsteps. After that, I didn't hear them anymore. I walked down that hallway for another couple minutes, and then figured that I was finally clear from the guy. So then I found the nearest staircase and walked back up. I was finally going to head to my classroom, but when I started walking, no more than a minute went by when I heard some footsteps up ahead in the next hallway. I really couldn't believe it. This time, they were walking and not running, and still out of my sight. I looked around and saw a storage closet that was just a short ways away. I walked over to it and opened up the door. Then I went inside and quietly closed the door behind me. The lights were off inside and I really couldn't see anything. I
went to the right side and stood there. The closet was decent sized and had all kinds of random stuff in there. As I was inside, I heard the footsteps in the hallway. They were starting to approach, and I got really nervous. I was sure not to make any sounds at all. The footsteps reached the closet and then walked right past. Whoever this was didn't seem to know that I was in here. After they walked past, I remember that I got a notification on my phone. It vibrated in my pocket and made a little sound. When that happened, I then heard another noise inside the closet. I couldn't really see anything, but I didn't need to know that somebody else was in here with me. They were maybe 10 feet to my right. I looked over and saw what appeared to be a man coming out from behind a large box. I quickly moved away from him and ran for the door. I was able to make it outside, and then I started sprinting down the hallway. I looked back and saw a man exiting the closet behind me. When I reached the end of the hallway, I kept running as fast as I possibly could. I just went to my classroom and did not care what else happened. Luckily, either I was much faster than the guy or he stopped chasing me, because by the time I made it to my classroom, I didn't see him anymore. Still, I didn't want to wait around, and I started knocking on my classroom door like crazy. My teacher opened it and I went inside. I told him about being chased around. The lockdown went on for maybe 10 more minutes, not really that long. Then it ended. I found out that a man had broken into the school through a window. Nobody knew what his intentions were, but he ran away from a teacher when they saw him. I'm not sure why he was seemingly chasing me. I get really creeped out each time I remember that I went into the storage closet and he was already in there. I mean, I had to be in that closet for almost a minute. He also would have had to see me enter. I didn't see him when I first went inside because he was hiding behind a box, but just knowing he was in there with me really creeps me out. The other footsteps that I heard must have just been a teacher. If I would have known that it was a teacher, I obviously would not have cared if they saw me. There was so much running around the hallways that I did to try to get away from that guy. I'm also lucky that he didn't try to attack me when I went into the closet. He was so close to me without me even knowing. It was crazy. I don't know what he was doing in the school in the first place, but after I left the closet, he left as well, and was spotted just a short time later. The police had already arrived, and soon found him. After it happened, we didn't have any more lockdowns in my time when I went to the high school. We would occasionally have lockdown drills though. Every time that we had one, I would remember that day and feel grateful for how it turned out. At the end of the day though, I'm just glad that the man didn't hurt anybody, and everyone ended up being all right.
In high school, when I was a junior, I took a psychology class. It was my second period of the day. I liked the class, and one of the best things about it was that we were able to take open book tests. The teacher was really chill and let us work together on stuff, including the tests. We also had an option to take the tests in study rooms, which I always did, because it was much more quiet and I just felt more comfortable in there. I was the only person in the class who did this though, because you needed a pass and the study rooms were all the way in the basement of the school. I guess most students just found that a hassle and would rather work with each other as well. Anyways, one particular Friday, when we had a test to take, I did the usual thing, which was to get the test from the teacher and then go down to the study room. It took me about 5 minutes to get down there. There wasn't a whole lot at all on that level of the school. Pretty much just the study rooms and then a couple of storage rooms and some old classrooms that weren't used. I got into one of the rooms and turned on the light. The rooms had carpet floors with a table and a few chairs in each one. They also had a little window for looking out into the hallway. I began the test and searched through my psychology book for the answers. I remember I had just reached question 15 when I suddenly heard over the intercom that we were entering a lockdown. I got a little nervous, but I told myself it was probably nothing. I turned the lights off like we were instructed to, but I didn't see a lock on the door. Our school was kind of old and these study rooms were sort of outdated. I went under the desk and decided to play some games on my phone to pass the time. Several minutes went by without anything happening. Then I heard some footsteps coming down the hallway. I got really nervous knowing the footsteps likely belonged to someone that wasn't supposed to be in the school. I turned my phone off and I got really quiet. The footsteps went down towards the door of my study room. As I hid under the table, I slowly turned my head to look towards the window, and just as I did, I saw a man walk past it. All I could tell is that he was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, really. He walked past without looking in the window, but it still scared me a lot. Then I heard the door open in the room across the hall from mine, and then it shut. He must have gone in it, and at that point, I was seriously considering making a run for it. I was relatively fast, but I didn't know who this guy was. I was trying to psych myself up into running when I heard the door open once again and then shut. I buried my face into the ground and held my breath. I didn't really hear any footsteps though, so I lifted my head slightly to listen. I didn't know whether he had walked away or if he was just standing there. This made it much more risky for me to try to run away, so I decided to stay put for the time. Several minutes went by and I got more and more nervous. I decided once again I was going to try to run back upstairs, and this time I was going to actually do it. I didn't bother getting my backpack or anything, besides just my phone, wallet, and keys. I slowly crawled up the carpet to the door, and then stood up, careful not to make a sound. I then placed my hands on the doorknob. The second it started to turn, I heard it creak, and it sounded extremely loud. At that moment, I knew there was no turning back. I quickly left the room, and then headed down the hallways. Once I saw it was clear, I started sprinting towards the stairs, which were about 50 feet away. As I was running, I looked down one hallway to my right while passing by, and saw the man walking out of a room about 20 feet down the hallway. I ran even faster the rest of the ways and didn't look back. I sprinted up the stairs all the way back to my classroom. Once I got there, I pounded on the door yelling that it was me, and after about 10 seconds, I was let in. I told the teacher what had happened, and she alerted the principal. Police were able to get into the basement and locate the man, who was later found hiding in the same study room I had been in. Apparently, the man had broken into the school and beat up one of the teachers, then ran off. They had been searching the school, but hadn't made it to the basement yet. Every time I went near the basement of the school for the rest of my high school career, I would think about that day.
When I was in college, I competed on the track and field team. I had competed in high school as well, and had a good relationship with one of my coaches, which also happened to be the strength and conditioning coach at my high school. He really helped me improve a lot, and told me whenever I was back in town, I could work out at the high school weight room if there wasn't a class going on. After my first year of college, this is what I did. The weight room was open and had no class in it from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and when I had come back when my freshman year at college had ended, the high school still had almost a whole month left. The first week, I worked out every day at 10 a.m. in the weight room. It was great because I had it entirely to myself, and I didn't have to pay for a gym membership either. During my second week of working out there, I got inside the weight room and was about 10 minutes into my workout when I heard over the school intercom that we were going under a lockdown. I wasn't really sure what to do in this situation. Nobody was supposed to leave or enter the building, but I wasn't a student here, and I wasn't even sure how many people knew that I was there. I decided to just continue lifting. The doors were shut, and I was all by myself and figured it wouldn't really be anything too serious. I kept going for maybe 20 minutes or so. Everything was silent except for the sounds of weights I was using, but I tried to be more quiet. Then I started to hear noises as if somebody was approaching the door. I stopped what I was doing and looked over to it. Where I was at the opposite end of the weight room, which didn't have the greatest of lighting and lots of machines and weights in the way, so I didn't have a really good angle at the doorway. I moved over to look around one of the machines, and I saw the door open and somebody walk in. It wasn't a coach or a student though. It was just some guy in a sweatshirt that I didn't recognize. He didn't see me, and he walked straight for the other end of the weight room. I knew he wasn't a student, and I didn't really think he was a teacher either, so I got a really bad feeling, and I slowly backed away to the corner of the room, and I hid behind another machine. The guy walked around the other end for a bit, and then I heard him walking closer to the end of the weight room that I was at. The only thing going through my head was that this was some kind of criminal, and he had broken into the school, and who knows what he's capable of. I stayed hiding back there. There was an emergency exit door in the back of the weight room, only about 50 feet away from where I was. I really wanted to go outside. I thought that might cause the fire alarm to go off, but I wasn't entirely sure. Unfortunately, I heard the guy walking closer and in the direction of the door. I thought for a moment the guy was going to leave, and it made me feel better. But then he walked right past the door towards me. I really couldn't see much and was trying my hardest not to move a muscle. All I could do was listen. I heard him walking closer, step by step. He was about 15 feet in front of me when he got to the same area of the weight room as me. I felt like I could make it if I made a run for it, so I took a deep breath and then got out from behind the machine that I was behind and ran for the door. The man started to turn around, but I looked away and focused straight on the door. When I got there, I shoved it open and I heard the fire alarm start to sound. I ran outside and around the building. I ran all the way until I got to my car. I felt much safer in there, and I called my coach after that. He taught a class that hour in another classroom that was nearby to that. It turned out that the guy who was in the weight room with me ended up escaping when I went out the exit, and he had been seen suspiciously walking around inside the school before that. I'm not sure who he was or if he would have hurt me, but luckily he was found about a mile away from the school a short time later.
Years ago, when I was in high school, we were having a very normal day. I was in my 5th hour class, which was my last class of the day, so I was excited to go home. It was gym class, and we happened to be outside playing Foursquare in one of the parking lots behind the school. It wasn't that long into the game when suddenly our teacher, Mr. Watson, told us all to stop our games and listen up. He announced that the school was in a lockdown, and we all needed to go inside and he would get us to a classroom. I wasn't too excited about this, and I was afraid we would be locked down until after school was supposed to get out. Mr. Watson began waving us all inside, and as he was distracted, I saw an opportunity to run away and get to my car. I know it was a dumb thing to do, but I was scared of the lockdown, and I was already outside, so I decided to make a run for it. Mr. Watson didn't even notice me leaving, and I began making my way to my car. At our high school, it costed a lot of money to park in the school parking lot, so they had a free one that was farther away that I parked at. The only problem was to get there it was maybe about a 10-minute walk, and it went through the woods a little bit. I jogged down the path and through the woods. I had to stop and start walking to catch my breath from the run. I stopped to text my best friend Casey that I had left the school and asked what the lockdown was for. As I was standing there on the path though, I started to hear some noises coming towards me. It sounded like another person running. I figured it was another student running away like I had to go to their car. I looked into the direction of the noise, and I could see through the trees where the path curved that it was a grown man running. Immediately, I got a bad feeling, and I jumped behind a tree in the woods. The man slowed down and came around the corner. I held my breath and hoped that he wouldn't see me. He had dark hair and a goatee, and walked a ways past me. He kept looking over his shoulder, and then it sounded like he went into the woods because I heard trees and brush being moved around. Then the noises stopped. I waited there and was hoping to hear him walk away, but I heard nothing. It sounded like he had gone just inside the woods, about 30 or 40 feet down the path from where I went in. The trees were pretty thick in this area, and it was a good place to hide, but I didn't dare move or make a sound. I really just wanted to go to my car and drive away. I realized the mistake that I had made by running from class now, but it was too late to do anything about it. I sat there for a few minutes, and I knew the man was still there, but I was sure that he hadn't seen me. I debated in my mind between running back to school or trying to make a run for my car, but they both seemed pretty risky, and I didn't want to take a chance. So I remained hiding there, trying my best to stay silent, because any movement I made would make noises with all the trees and branches in there. I occasionally heard noises from where the man had gone in, pretty much confirming to me that he was still there. After what had to be at least 5 to 10 minutes of hiding, I started to hear police sirens off in the distance. They got closer and closer and seemed to be heading for the school. The sound of those sirens made me feel a little bit safer and more brave, so I then decided I was going to run back towards the school. I took a deep breath, and on the count of 3, I made a run for it back to the path towards the school. I heard the man start to move in the woods when I started running, but I couldn't tell if he was chasing after me or moving in another direction. I didn't look back at all and ran my fastest until I had made it up to the school. I saw the police officers arriving, and I ran up to one of them and told them about the man in the woods. They had me wait with some other officers for a while. The man had made a run for it, but he ended up being caught a short time later deeper into the woods. Apparently, he had been trying to get into the school and had actually broken a window. My mom came and picked me up, and I had to get my car later when the area was cleared for us to return.
I used to work as a substitute teacher for a little while. Now this was back in 1996, so it was a while ago. But one event that took place is something that I will never forget. I was still pretty new to being a substitute at this time. One morning, I was asked to sub at a high school that I had never been to before. I think to this point, I had subbed at about 3 different schools all in the same area. This one was in the same general area, but was much larger than the others, and I didn't know the layout at all going in. When I arrived to the school, I went inside and then checked in with somebody in the offices. They gave me the room number that I was subbing at, and also gave me basic directions on how to get there. So I left the offices and headed for the classroom. Apparently, it was at the complete opposite end of the school. I remember passing by so many kids, and it took a while to get there. About halfway there, I would say, I heard this bell ring. I knew that class didn't start yet, so I wasn't sure what exactly this bell was for. Then I heard this announcement that the school was being locked down. I didn't really hear it that well, because the hallways were loud from all the students. Plus, the quality of the intercom back then was not what it is today, and it sounded like somebody was talking really close to the phone. I just remember hearing the words lockdown and not a drill. The other stuff I couldn't really make out. I think that they were saying that kids were supposed to go to their first period classes. So I tried to go faster and make it to the classroom that I was responsible for. The hallways very quickly became quiet, and soon I was the only person walking in them. I made it to my classroom probably 2 minutes or so later. Once I was there, I went inside of the classroom and saw that there wasn't a single student in the room. The classroom was empty, and I figured that all of the students had gone to other classrooms. Maybe they saw how there was no teacher in the room and went elsewhere. So, nevertheless, I got inside and then closed the door to the classroom. I locked it and then went and sat down at the desk. I didn't know why the school was locked down or where all the students went that were supposed to be in the classroom. So I just looked over the plans for the day for each class of what my instructions were. I hoped that the lockdown would not last very long and we could get things back to normal. After maybe 20 minutes or so, everything had been quiet to that point. But then, I heard a knocking from my classroom door. I got up, walked over to the door, and looked out of the window. There was what looked to be a male student standing at the other side of the door. I remember that he had dark hair, glasses, but was somewhat tall and strong looking. I figured that he was a student that was supposed to be in the class that I was subbing for. I opened the door and let him come inside of my room. I asked him if he was in this class, and he said yes. Then he just walked over and sat down at a random desk. He told me that he was late and asked me if I knew what the lockdown was for. I said that I had no idea. Then we just sat there in silence for a little while. He was kind of just looking around casually. I remember asking him how the regular teacher ran things, and he just said that he's cool. Then we just sat there in more silence, waiting for the lockdown to be over. I remember that after a little while, I heard some footsteps going down the hallway. I didn't know who it could be. Then they passed by my classroom and kept going. It was awkward and I wanted to make more conversation, so I looked around the desk and found the seating chart. I asked the student what his name was and I looked at the class roster. The kid said nothing. It was strange because I didn't say it quietly or anything. I thought that he would have heard me. So I asked him again what his name was. This time, he looked up at me and then said that he had to go. He stood up and started walking over to the door. I told him that he wasn't allowed to.
Obviously, in a lockdown, that's like the number one rule. He didn't listen though, and then he started running for the door. I started walking over to him quickly, but he unlocked the door and then left. I mean, I'm not sure what I could have done. I'm not going to physically restrain the kid. I was guessing that he would run into a hall monitor shortly after and get in trouble or something. But why did he run? I mean, I only asked him his name. That's when I thought maybe he wasn't actually in the class. And even worse, maybe he had something to do with the lockdown. I locked my door and then continued to wait inside of the classroom. Almost an entire hour went by until finally there was another announcement that the lockdown had ended. After that, the school day went on as normal for the most part. Lots of students were talking about it, and I heard several different rumors. But for the rest of the day, there were no more lockdowns. By the following day, I had learned more about the true details. The kid that went to my class was in fact the cause of the lockdown. He had actually been expelled from the school, but had several friends that still went there. He was angry with one of the students for some reason, and came to school before it started to beat him up. When a teacher tried breaking up the fight, he then assaulted the teacher. Then he ran away. He got lucky to find my classroom while others were looking for him. Because of the fact that I was a sub, I had no clue who he was. I'm not sure if he saw me earlier and knew I was subbing there, or if he just got really lucky. Either way though, that's why he ran when I questioned his name. I would have seen that he's not actually in the class. I'm glad that he didn't try to fight me when I tried stopping him or something. I ended up being a substitute teacher at various schools for the rest of that year. Then I moved on to other things. I will never forget that crazy experience that I had that day though. I went to a fairly small university for college and was there for 4 years. During my 3rd year there, I had one scary experience. It was a normal school day, and I drove from my small apartment to campus. I only lived like a mile away, and the campus was nice, but a little small. There were several different buildings that classes were in, and after parking in a parking lot, I walked to the building where mine was. When I got inside, I went to the classroom. Now, this was not a big lecture hall, but more similar to almost a high school classroom. There were about 30 students in the class, and then the professor. I remember that class started as usual. The professor was giving a lecture, and we were all sitting there and taking notes. About 15 minutes in, maybe, I heard a voice come over the speakers in the classroom. There was an announcement that the entire campus was going into a lockdown, and this was not a drill. They did not say the reason why, but said for students to remain in the buildings that they were currently in. Our professor looked and saw that she had received a text about the situation and started following the procedures. However, she was not told the reason for the lockdown at that time. It was similar to a high school lockdown drill. That was my only experience with lockdowns to that point. I had never been involved in a real one before. I was a little bit nervous, but felt safe in the classroom that we were in. The professor turned out all of the lights, locked the doors, and closed the blinds to the one window that the room had. She then told us to remain in our seats and stay calm. We were all wondering what the lockdown was for, and everybody started going on their phones to look it up. However, nobody could find any information other than that we were in a lockdown. Our college was not tiny, but a little bit smaller, so a lockdown would not necessarily make news coverage. We sat there in our desks, just waiting and wondering for a while. Mostly, we just went on our phones and did whatever. Occasionally, there were small conversations, but things were mostly pretty quiet. After almost an hour, the lockdown was lifted. The professor was informed and we were let out of class. After that, it was announced that classes had been canceled for the rest of the day. It was nice to have class canceled, but I was still concerned. We were told that they did not believe we were in any immediate danger, but I still wanted to know the reason why. I ended up just going home and back to my apartment. I talked with several friends over text, and there was a rumor that one of the professors was attacked or something. I didn't know if it was just a rumor or speculation, but we were never given an official reason for the lockdown. Later that night, we all got an email that classes for the next day were canceled as well. I was able to stay home and get ahead of things with homework and stuff. Finally, the next day after that, classes and everything resumed as normal. I went to my first class of the day, and it went by just fine. Afterwards, I walked across campus to another building for my next class. I was a little bit early and stopped to use the restroom down the hallway. Just seconds after I entered the bathroom, I was literally in a stall when I heard that the school was going into a lockdown again. I couldn't believe it. At first, I was very confused. How could we be having another lockdown again? I didn't even know for sure why we had the first one. As I was still in there, in one of the women's restroom stalls, I heard the door to the bathrooms open. Whoever walked in there started immediately talking under their breath. I couldn't really make out what they were saying, but I could tell that it was a man, which was really weird. This was the women's restroom. I lifted up my feet so the guy wouldn't see me, whoever he was. It sounded like he was walking around towards the front of the bathroom near the door and just talking to himself. After a few seconds of that, he kind of stopped and then seemed to stand by the door for a while. Then the door opened again and the guy left. I felt relieved and then checked my phone to see if there was any information on the lockdown. I couldn't find anything, so I walked out to leave the bathroom. I didn't really know what was going on out there, but I didn't want to stay in the bathroom anymore, especially after a guy had walked in it. As soon as I left, though, I saw several police officers in the hallway. They seemed to be walking down the hall to the left, past where I was. When they saw me, they said that I should go back into the bathroom, so I did. I waited just inside and didn't know what on earth was happening. I stayed in the bathroom for almost 20 minutes until it was okay to come out, and then the lockdown ended. Once again, classes were canceled for the rest of the day. I found out all of the details afterwards. A man had in fact attempted to attack one of the professors the day of the first lockdown. He fled the building and was actually able to get away. A few days later, he came back and went after the professor again. This time, he was seen by a campus security guard, and he ran away again immediately. He was later found in a hallway, not far from the bathroom that I was in. I'm pretty sure he was the person who had been in the bathroom with me. It creeps me out to think about it.
One day, I was in school for a seemingly average Thursday. I was a senior in high school and in my third-hour history class. This was one of my favorite classes because the teacher was really cool. For this story, I'll just call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was very laid back and would give us a lot of time to do homework in class. We would rarely have any actual homework because we could get it all done before we left. He would teach for a bit in the beginning, and then the end of class would pretty much be like study hall. We could talk and get work done. He would even let us go on our phones or listen to music as we worked. So on this day, it was a normal class period. I often had my headphones in as I studied, and I did on this day. We were working on our assignment, and I got done early. I would joke around with Mr. Smith sometimes, as did other students. I remember that I went up to him to turn in my assignment, and he asked me if I wanted to do him a favor. He said that he had to give back some iPads to another teacher. We had used them the previous day for a group assignment thing. There were about 10 iPads in this carrying case. I was happy to do this because it was something to do to get out of class. He wrote me a pass, and I took the iPad case. It was supposed to go to a teacher's classroom that was a little ways away. I left the classroom with my headphones still in, and I unpaused my music. Then I started walking through the empty hallways to the other teacher's classroom. At this point, there was probably about 15 minutes left of class. Soon, I reached the classroom that I was supposed to go to. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. I could see in the window as well that all of the lights were off. I found this a bit odd, but quickly figured that the teacher wasn't there. She probably didn't teach a class during this hour or something. I turned around and started to head back to my classroom. I walked about halfway back when I saw something up ahead. There was a spot where two hallways intersected a ways up. I saw a man up ahead who I didn't recognize. He clearly wasn't a teacher, and I didn't think he worked at the school either. It struck me as suspicious right away. I only saw him for about a second or two because he passed by one hallway and into the other. He didn't look in my direction at all. The problem was that he was walking in the direction that my classroom was in. I kept walking up ahead, and when I got to where the man had walked past, I stopped and looked down the hallway first. When I did, I saw the guy again. He was a long ways down, near where my classroom was. It appeared as though he was looking for something. I didn't want to go down there, and I started walking in the opposite direction. I took out my headphones at that point. Everything was silent. I didn't really know where I was going anymore, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. After walking around the empty hallways for like 5 minutes, I thought maybe the man was gone by then, and I started heading back for my class. When I got back to the hallway where I had last seen him, he was gone. I was just glad to see this, and I started walking down the hallway for my class. Just a few steps later, though, I heard footsteps coming from behind me and around the corner. They were going towards me, and there were some bathrooms right there, so I just went inside. I didn't know who the person was, but I really didn't want them to see me. By now, I figured that they weren't supposed to be in the school. After going inside of the bathroom, at first, I just waited inside. But when the footsteps got closer, I moved into one of the stalls. The guy passed by and did not go inside. I waited a little while longer before looking out of the bathroom. When I did, I saw that the person was a ways down the hallway, once again near where my class was. I left the bathroom and quickly tried to walk to the other hallway, away from this guy. I must have been loud or something when I did, because as I was walking, I heard movement behind me. I looked and saw the guy looking right at me. He turned and started walking in my direction. The guy was really far behind me, at least over 100 feet. I walked as quickly as possible out of that hallway and took another one. By this point, I just wanted to get out of the school or far away from the guy. I walked down that hallway for a while and then took a left to another one. I was going to the stairs to go down to the first floor. As I approached the stairs, though, I heard somebody coming up the stairs. I stopped and didn't know who this person could be. When they came into view, I saw that it was a police officer. He asked me what I was doing, and I asked him what was going on. He told me that the school was under a lockdown, and they were searching for a suspicious man. I pointed him in the direction that I had last seen him. Then I went downstairs and saw several more officers. I showed them my student ID, and we found a nearby classroom, and I had to wait inside there until the lockdown was over. It lasted for probably about 15 more minutes, and then it ended. We were let out, and by then, it was time for the next class period. I'm not sure who that guy was, or what he was even doing. I also don't know how he got into our school either. I hadn't been able to hear that we were going into lockdown, though, because my headphones were in, and I couldn't hear anything. Looking back, if I would have known, I would have tried to go into any classroom. I don't know what would have happened to me if that guy caught up with me either, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out.
Back when I was in high school, during my freshman and sophomore years, I would ride the bus. It picked me up at the corner of my street early in the morning and would drop me off afterwards. I went to an average-sized high school about 10 minutes away from where I lived. At least, the place seemed average to me. There was probably about 700 or 800 kids combined in all 4 grades. This is something that happened during my sophomore year. It was a school day, just like any other to that point. One class had just ended, and I was going to my final class for the day. As I stood in the hallway near my locker, I talked with some of my friends. I had a decent friend group of several other guys. The locker commons were always really crowded in between classes, and I remembered that the first warning bell rang. That meant that you had 2 minutes to make it to class. Kids started leaving the commons, but me and a couple of friends stayed. My classroom wasn't really that far off. I remember that one of the guys there was a grade ahead of us, and his name was Jake. His brother was Tommy, and Tommy was in my friend group, so I think that's why he was there. As I was about to head to class, I heard another sound come over the school speakers. At first, I was thinking, how could the bell ring again so soon? But it wasn't really the same bell sound for when class starts. It was followed by an announcement over the intercom. We were told that the school was going into a lockdown. All of us should go to our next hour classes immediately, and the teachers should lock the doors and turn off the lights. There was still kind of a lot of kids around, including the 4 of my friends. I heard one of them say they were going to just leave. Nobody wanted to sit in a classroom for who knows how long during a lockdown. One of the school exit doors was not that far away. There were already some kids leaving. I saw about 10 kids running for the doors and going outside, and more followed. There was only 1 class period left for the day, so I decided that I wanted to leave as well, but I didn't drive there. That's when Jake asked me if I wanted to leave. He said that he would give a ride home to anybody that wanted to because he was leaving. As he said this, he started to walk away. Half of my friend group was leaving, and the other half were actually going to their classes. Other kids were also leaving, and it became chaos. We had to leave fast if we were going to. I saw one of the teachers enter the hallway and start to tell kids to get to their classes. There were less and less kids around by the second. I decided to leave, but by that point, Jake and my other friends had already left. I remember the teacher yelling at the kids to stop leaving. There were probably like 50 that ended up making it out of the school. I was one of them, and when I got outside, my friends and I did not do a good job sticking together. Kids were literally running away to leave. They were going to the parking lots where students parked mostly, and some ran off through the grass towards a nearby neighborhood. The school was in an area that was mostly residential, but there were a few businesses down the road. There was a woods and all of the sports fields behind the school. The student parking lots were on the side, and then one was behind the tennis courts. When I got outside, I couldn't even see Jake or my friends anymore. It was basically chaos. Kids were running everywhere. A teacher took a step out of the school and told us all to come back inside, but nobody listened to him. I figured that Jake and my friends would be in the parking lot, so I ran in that direction. I had to kind of go around the school to get there, though. I wasn't sure which parking lot Jake parked in, so I went to the main one first. When I got there, he was nowhere in sight. I realized that it must be the other one, and I hoped that I wasn't too late. By now, most kids had made it to their cars if they were leaving. I sprinted for the other parking lot, but it was a ways away. When I got there, there was nobody. A lot of cars were still there, but I didn't see any students at all. I walked around, hoping that maybe my friends were in their car but hadn't left yet. Unfortunately, though, I didn't see them. I realized that they must have left without me. Now I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go back to the school because it was probably locked, and I wasn't supposed to leave in the first place. But I also couldn't go home because it was too far to walk and I didn't have a car. I started walking back up closer to the school, not really knowing exactly what I was going to do. I got to a back door of the school and tried going inside, but it was locked, just like I figured it would be. After this, I was going to go back around to the parking lot and then walk down the sidewalk. But when I turned, I saw some guy coming out of the school. I just knew that this guy had to be the reason for the lockdown. He was looking over his shoulder, was way too old to be a student, and definitely not a teacher. I was a long ways away from him, and I quickly ran behind a tree that was nearby. I was just hoping that the guy didn't see me. For a few seconds, I didn't bother to look and see where the guy was. I was expecting him to walk in another direction. But as I was still behind the tree, I heard the guy walking closer. I ran from behind the tree to the woods, which was maybe 20 feet away. There was no question that the guy saw me running into the woods. I was hoping that he wouldn't follow me. I got inside, went about 20 feet deep in it, and then ducked down and hid. I had no clue why the school had been locked down up until that point. I had been more concerned about leaving with my friends. After seeing a suspicious guy leave the school, though, I realized that I might be in actual danger. For a few seconds, I didn't hear anything, until I heard footsteps in the grass right outside of the woods that I was in. I couldn't take it any longer, and I got up and started running. I ran through the woods and then to the left. I didn't hear the guy enter the woods or anything, but I just wanted to get out of there. After like 2 or 3 minutes of running, I reached the edge of the woods, kind of near the street. I walked through the grass to the sidewalk and then ran down it. I kept going until I eventually reached a gas station. When I got there, I asked the employee working if I could borrow his cell phone to call my mom. I told him how my school had been locked down and everything. He let me, and I was able to wait there until my mom came and picked me up. Luckily, she worked not too far away from the school and our house, and was able to leave work without a problem. I didn't get in trouble for leaving school early either. The lockdown ended up lasting for the entire class period. In fact, students were kept there almost 10 minutes after the regularly scheduled time that school got out, so I didn't miss any class or anything. The man that I saw had entered the school, trying to pick up his daughter. It was a situation where he was divorced and hadn't seen his daughter in a long time and didn't have custody of her. He was also drunk and threatened a custodian when asked to leave. I'm not sure why he came over to me when I was in the woods, though. It was a really scary situation for me.
This story happened my junior year of high school. Our school started pretty early in the morning, and I always had a very hard time getting up. Occasionally, I would say about once a month, I would sleep in and miss the bus. That meant I had to ask my mother to drive me to school on her way to work. She didn't mind, but was always a little disappointed. On this one particular occasion, I overslept by a lot and missed the bus. My class had already started, so I got my mom to drive me to school. When I got to school, I went to the front door and had to show my school ID to be let in. They then gave me a pass to get to my class. But I really hated walking into my class late and disrupting it. I always thought that was embarrassing, so what I would always do instead was go to my favorite bathroom, which was the least busiest one upstairs, and then wait inside the bathroom until my class was over. Then I would walk out during passing time, and nobody would know I had been late. It's weird, I know, but I was a shy and awkward kid back then. On this particular day, when I arrived at the bathroom, I was disappointed to see that it was being cleaned by a janitor. I walked down the hall to a nearby storage room that I knew was rarely used. I went inside and shut the door. I went to the wall and went behind a few boxes of equipment. Then I took out my phone and my headphones to pass the time remaining of class, which was roughly about 10 minutes. Finally, class time was over, and I emerged from the closet and back into the halls of the school. But when I did, the halls were empty. I walked to one of the main hallways nearby, which was always very crowded during passing time, but there was still nobody there at all. I double-checked my watch and the time on my phone several times to make sure the time was correct. It was very confusing to me, until I realized that we had to be on a lockdown of some sort. It was the only thing that made sense. As I approached a corner, I heard footsteps. I didn't know if this was a drill or if it was the real deal, but I did know I could get in trouble for being found in the halls, so I went back to the storage closet I had been hiding in. I made it back without being seen by whoever the footsteps belonged to. However, I heard them keep coming closer. I turned off the lights in the room and went back to hiding behind some boxes. I heard the footsteps get closer and closer, and then stop at the door. My heart was pounding as I hoped the door wouldn't open, but then it did. I tried my best to not make any noise at all. I couldn't see what was going on at all, but I knew the door had been opened, and someone was in there with me. The room was not all that big, and I'm guessing they were about 15 feet away from me. Each second that went by while I was in there felt like a minute. I heard nothing at all, but I could see light in the room, and the door was still open. I also hadn't heard anybody walk away. I was so scared that I thought about just giving myself up, hoping that it was somebody on the school staff that was in there. But I had a strong feeling that it wasn't, and I kept silent. Finally, I heard the footsteps walk back to the door and leave. I stayed in the room and laid in the same position for at least another 15 minutes or so. Finally, I could barely hear an announcement come over the school intercom, followed by the sound of students walking down the hallway. I then came out of my hiding place and joined in with the rest of the students. I found a few of my friends and asked them what happened. They told me all they heard was that a suspicious man had been arrested in our school. I went about the rest of my day at school just like any other, and I never told anybody what I had experienced. This story happened to me when I was a freshman in high school. It's still the scariest moment of my life. It was about a month into the school year, and it was a Friday. I remember that I was in my second hour class. It was math, and we had a test that day. I was pretty good at math back then, and I was able to finish the test pretty quickly. I felt good about it, and I saw that we still had 30 minutes of class left. I asked the teacher if I could go to my locker to put my math stuff away. She said yes, and I headed out the door. I was in no hurry to get back to class, knowing we wouldn't do anything the rest of the period, so I planned on taking my time going to my locker and back. I walked slowly to my locker, which was on the other end of school. The hallways were completely empty and quiet as I walked through them. I got to my locker and put my books back. I got some gum out of my locker and then started to head back to the classroom. Our school had 2 floors, and I remember that one of my best friends had a class right above the freshman lockers. I went upstairs to wave at him from the hallway, but when I got to his classroom, the door was shut and the lights were off. I figured the class must be in a computer lab or something. When I walked down the rest of the hallway, I noticed that all the classroom doors were shut and the lights were all off. I figured we must be having a lockdown drill. We usually had fire drills and lockdown drills early in the school year. I knew I wasn't supposed to be out in the halls during lockdown drills, so I started to walk back to my math class. After I got down the stairs, I heard footsteps. I didn't want to get in trouble, so I went under the stairs to hide. There was a little area underneath the stairs that was pretty open, but at the same time you couldn't really see from the halls. I saw it was a teacher walking down the halls. He was going pretty fast and had a concerned look on his face. He must have been looking for kids in the halls, is what I thought. He then went back up the stairs. What concerned me was that he actually started to run to go back up the stairs. The thought then occurred to me that maybe this lockdown wasn't a drill. I decided to keep going back to my classroom. I got to the sophomore locker commons, which were just in front of the math hall. But after I walked about 10 feet into the commons, I noticed a man standing in the middle of them with his back to me about 100 feet away. I didn't recognize him, and he wasn't dressed at all like a teacher or a staff member. He had longer hair and was wearing boots with dirty jeans and a black hoodie. He was just standing there looking at one of the lockers. I stood there unable to move for a second. I didn't know if he had heard me or not. I started to turn around to go back when the man punched the locker with his fist and then started to turn around. This stunned me, and I quickly hid behind a row of lockers next to me. He started to walk closer. I ducked down and held my breath. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I heard his footsteps get closer and closer. He then opened up a locker. He sounded to be about 2 rows over from me. I really didn't want to stay there for him to find me, and I made up my mind that I was going to make a run for it. I listened to make sure he was far enough away, but it suddenly got silent. It was silent for what felt like forever. I tried my best not to breathe or move a muscle. Finally, I heard his footsteps start again. They were getting closer. I couldn't take it anymore, and I got out from the lockers and took off running. I ran back the way I came and took a left which led to the front doors. I heard the man's footsteps start pounding on the floor behind me. I ran as fast as I could and didn't look back, all the while hearing him about 20 feet away. Finally, I got to the steps leading to the lunchroom and out to the front door. I sprinted to the front door to see a police car right outside. An officer saw me and the man chasing me and ran in the door and grabbed me, while another officer ran past. The man stopped chasing me and ran the other direction, but didn't make it far as he was caught. I ended up having to answer a lot of questions, but we all got out of school early that day. It turns out the man was on drugs and was trying to break into the lockers to steal things. My teacher and principal weren't even mad at me and were just happy that I was safe.
This is a story that happened to me back when I was in college. I'm pretty sure that I was a freshman, and I know that I lived in the dorms. My college was really small. Probably like 2,000 students went there, and the campus had about 5 buildings on it. One day, I got back from a morning class, and then went back to my dorm. I had a little bit of free time until my next class and did some homework. Then I left my dorm room early to go to my final class for the day. I left my dorm and then just had to walk across a courtyard to the building that my class was in. It would only take about 5 minutes to do so. After leaving my dorm, outside it was very quiet. There were virtually no other students outside walking around at all. It wasn't that unusual though, because of how small the college was. Plus, just about every class was still in session because it was still about 20 minutes before my class started. I got to the building that my class was in and tried going inside, but for some reason, the door was locked. I found this really odd because this was one of the main entrances to the building. I went to another door, but that one was locked too. In fact, every possible entrance to the building was locked. I knew that our class was supposed to be in there. and I wasn't really sure what was going on. This was an excuse for me to not show up though. I was a good student, but the class was pretty boring and I didn't mind skipping it. I turned and walked back to my dorm, but as I was turning around, in the distance, I saw this one guy running. I thought it was kind of weird. He ran from behind one of the other buildings and then went behind a bush, probably about 100 feet away from me. As I started to walk back to my dorm, I saw the guy come out from the bush and then kind of start to walk in my direction. I turned back and kept walking. My plan was to go back to my dorm and take a nap. I remember getting to the door of my dorm building and opening it up. When I got inside, I was starting to walk to the hallway when I heard somebody trying to open the front door. I looked back and saw the same guy who I had seen outside running. He looked in the window right at me and waved. Then he knocked on the window a few times. The guy wanted me to let him in. At first, I was going to. I didn't know who he was. I had never seen him before. I thought maybe he lost his key to get in or something. But for some reason, as I took a step in his direction, I just got a bad feeling, like it would not be good to let him in. I ended up just turning and walking away. I felt kind of bad, but if he didn't live here, I was not supposed to let him in. And if he did live here after all, and maybe lost or forgot his key, he could just go to the offices and get another key fob or get let in. I had never seen him in the building though, so I really wasn't sure. I went upstairs to my dorm room and then fell asleep for an hour or two. As a college student, I was never getting enough sleep, so I took naps all the time. I remember going to the window of my dorm room and looking out to see several police cars around campus. Some had flashing lights, and I was wondering what was going on. I checked my student email and saw the notifications of a lockdown. They were from earlier in the day, and I realized why the building doors had been locked and we hadn't had class. In that first email, there were not many details. We were told to stay in the buildings that we were in and would be notified when the lockdown was over. We were also told that classes were canceled. I'm not sure how, but I was not aware of the lockdown up until that point. I stayed inside my dorm room, and classes were called off for the rest of the day. Just about 30 minutes later, though, the lockdown finally ended. It took a few days for me to get all of the information of what happened, or at least most of it. But a guy who did not attend the college, but lived in the area, apparently made several threats against the university. Somebody who did go to the college knew that guy and reported him. He later showed up on campus, and after seeing him, he was reported and the place got locked down. He was locked out of buildings and hid on campus for several hours. There were multiple reports of him trying to get inside buildings. He happened to be the same person that I had seen outside, and I almost let him into my dorm building. I'm really glad that I didn't.
This happened when I was 15 years old and a sophomore in high school. I was hanging out with a couple of friends before school started. We were just standing around talking about dumb stuff that 15-year-olds do. Soon, the warning bell rang and we had to go our separate ways to attend our classes. I took my time heading to my class because my teacher, Coach Thompson, was pretty laid back and didn't mind if I was a bit late. He usually started class a few minutes late anyways because he was also a sports coach and was always busy with that stuff. As I made my way to class, the school bell rang again. School was now starting and I would be late, but I didn't think much of it and kept walking. The hallways were now empty. The intercom came back on and there was an announcement that the school was going under a lockdown. I couldn't understand why. I was pretty confused. Everything seemed fine to me. I kept walking towards my classroom, thinking it might be a false alarm or a drill. When I entered the hallway where my classroom was located, I stopped and froze. At the far end of the hallway, there was a large man wearing a ski mask and all black. He also had combat boots on and a huge black duffel bag around his shoulder. It took me a few seconds to process what was happening. The man in the ski mask hadn't noticed me yet, but then he turned his head and looked in my direction. I quickly ducked back around the corner, scared out of my mind. He had been standing right where my classroom was, so I couldn't go there now. The hallways were completely empty, and I started to panic. I knew the school pretty well, as I'd been there plenty of times prior to my sophomore year, so I went to the nearest place I knew, which was a nearby bathroom. I was hoping to stay safe in there until everything was over. I sat in a bathroom stall, trying to listen for any sounds, praying that the man wouldn't come inside. During the time in there, I was terrified, and I didn't dare make a noise. I stayed in the bathroom, trying to calm myself down from hyperventilating. For maybe around 30 minutes, I was in there. It was completely quiet, and I couldn't hear much, but at one point, I did hear footsteps, and it really freaked me out. I really don't know who it was, but luckily they moved past where I was, and then things went back to being silent. I just hoped whoever that guy I had seen was would not enter the bathroom. Finally, I decided that I would leave. I hadn't heard anything in the longest time. I thought it might be safer to get out of there, and I stepped out. When I did, I noticed the hallways were still empty and quiet. The lockdown was still in effect, and I had no idea what was happening. I cautiously started speed walking back towards my classroom, and I was very careful, looking all around. I had made it about halfway back when I suddenly heard a noise that made me freeze. It was the sound of footsteps getting closer from the next hallway around the corner. It was happening all over again. I could feel the sinking feeling of the fear and the shock once more. I quickly turned around and went back down another hallway, trying to avoid whoever was coming my way. I glanced back for a split second and saw the man in the ski mask starting to come around the corner. In this point in time, I swear I could have ran a 4.3 flat in the 40-yard dash. For once in my life, I was genuinely running for my life, and nothing else mattered besides that. It was a weird feeling. I didn't care about anything, not girls I had crushes on, not my homework, not even my job. All I cared about was staying alive for myself. I kept on running. Eventually, I stopped, unable to hear the man behind me anymore. I gathered myself and started walking towards the exit, hoping to find a way out. When I reached the exit, relief flooded over me as I saw multiple police officers outside the school. I ran for the door, and when they saw me, they waved me over. I was able to leave and breathe a sigh of relief. The man inside the school was later caught, but we never found out what his intentions were. The memory of that day haunted me, and my parents ended up putting me in therapy to help me out. No 15-year-old or anybody should have to experience anything like that. It's been about 7 years now, and I'm way better. We returned to our normal routines at school shortly after, and our school had a 24-hour cop for the next year. That made everyone feel a lot safer. I'm happy nobody got hurt, and I was able to make it out alive. I wouldn't wish that experience upon my worst enemy.
This took place back when I was in high school. During that time, I would walk to school and back every day. I had the option to ride the bus, but I preferred to walk. It would only take me about 10 minutes because we lived close to the school, so I enjoyed it, and the neighborhood was usually pretty quiet. I don't recall the exact time of year that this was, but I know that when I was walking to school in the morning, it was completely dark outside. So it was a tiny bit creepy because of how dark and quiet it was, but nothing strange ever happened until one day. I would usually be the only person walking to school in the area. On this morning in particular, I was walking at my usual time. The route that I would take was to walk to the end of my street and then walk along the sidewalk of a slightly busier street. The surroundings was a neighborhood on one side and somewhat of a wooded area on the other side. I was on pace to arrive at school about 15 minutes before my first class started, which was typical for me. As I was on the sidewalk, a little bit over halfway there, I was all by myself. But soon, I heard footsteps behind me. This seemed to come out of nowhere, and it was also very unusual for anything like this to happen, so I looked behind me. I thought that maybe another student was walking to class like I was, but instead, I saw this taller man who appeared to be maybe 20 years old or so, probably a little bit older. I did not know who he was. I continued my walk to the high school, and I was almost there. But the farther I went, the man remained a short ways behind me. He was probably about 40 feet back. Within a few minutes, though, he was closer, and looked to be about 20-something feet behind. This made me a little bit worried. I knew that he didn't go to my school, and I walked this route every single day and had never seen him before. Soon, though, I could see my school in sight. It was pretty quiet out front because I was a little bit early. I walked faster and faster, but the man behind me still seemed to be gaining on me. When I was just a few hundred feet from the school, I actually started jogging there. I know that it might have seemed weird, but the guy behind me was really making me nervous. I did not sense him running after me. I didn't look back behind me until I had made it to the front door of the school. When I did, I saw the man, and
and he was still walking in my direction, but not really that close. So I went inside the school, and I felt safe in there. I went to my locker, and then headed to my first period class. Then everything seemed like a normal school day. My classmates arrived, and the teacher started class. Things were going normal, until probably about halfway through that class period. That's when the phone rang in the classroom, and my teacher answered it. She then told us that the school was being locked down. Then she locked the classroom door and turned out all the lights. We were allowed to stay in our desks though. However, the lockdown really didn't last that long. Maybe 20 minutes after it started, it was lifted. Of course, we were all trying to figure out what the reason for the lockdown was, and at first, nobody seemed to know. But as the school day went on, by probably third period, I heard the reason. There was a man that was seen in the school during first period. He was wandering the hallways, and when questioned by a hall monitor, he fled. The man ended up leaving the school, but the place was locked down until they were sure that he was off the premises. It made me think of the man that had followed me to the school. He very easily could have walked in right after me. When I heard about it, I decided to go to the principal's office and tell my story of what had happened. I didn't have a great description of the guy, but the principal told me that it seemed to match up. I didn't know if the man was targeting me or just going to the school. Either way, I was creeped out by the whole thing, and also really glad that he was now gone. My parents ended up being informed about what had happened, and they had me ride the bus home from school that day. After I got home, I spoke with my parents about it some more, and we decided that I would not walk to school anymore. I would be riding the bus to and from school. For the next week and a half or so, everything was fine. Then, one morning, I woke up late and missed the bus. I had to wake up a little bit earlier than I had been in order to make the bus. Now, on this morning, my parents had already left for work. I didn't know what else to do, so I decided to walk to school. I figured that it would be fine. I mean, the one time that a guy followed me was probably a freak thing. That's what I was thinking. So, as I was walking to school, it was dark out, and I made my way to about the same spot where I noticed the man the previous time. Well, on this morning, I once again started to hear footsteps behind me. I looked back, thinking there was no way this guy was there again, but he was. He was walking rather quickly too. I immediately picked up my pace and started walking faster than I had been before. Pretty soon, the man was gaining on me still, and I could hear it. There was no way that I was going to walk faster than him. I was going to start running, but it sounded like he already was. I turned around and saw the guy jogging straight towards me. When I saw this, I realized that I wouldn't be able to get away. The man finally slowed down and got right up to me. I reached into my pocket for the pepper spray that I now carried ever since the last time. I pulled it out and the man started to grab me. That's when I held up the pepper spray and got him right in the face. This caused him to let go of me. I then turned and ran the rest of the way to school. When I got there, I called the police. They came out to the school, and once again the entire place got locked down. I went to my first hour class, and the lockdown lasted for over an hour. When it was lifted though, I got word that the man was found hiding on school property and was arrested. It was a huge relief. Looking back, it's still the scariest moment of my life. I don't know why that guy was always following me, but it was very creepy.
In my early days of high school, I used to get to school super early in the winter because my older brother had basketball practice before school. I would usually just sit in a spot upstairs that overlooked the east entrance to the school and watch the sun rise. I found it peaceful and relaxing. On this particular day, I noticed a man walk into the school carrying a briefcase. I didn't recognize him as a teacher, so I was trying to figure out who he was. He then walked into the doors and went upstairs. He looked kind of surprised when he saw me staring at him. He smiled at me and told me he was substituting today. We shook hands and he walked away down the hall. After a while, it was time to go to class. My first period was English. About 15 minutes into class, I got a bloody nose. I would get them a lot in the winter with the dry air, and the teacher let me go to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom and held my nose over the sink and waited for it to go away. As I was in the bathroom, I noticed someone was in the far stall. I saw a suitcase on the ground in the stall. Then I remembered where I saw it before. It was the substitute teacher's. I found it really odd that he would take his suitcase into the bathroom with him, and that he would be in the bathroom at all 15 minutes into class when he was supposed to be teaching. After about 2 or 3 minutes, my nose was all better, and I washed my hands and started to head back to class. The man in the stall remained silent and still the entire time I was in the bathroom. I walked back to class and sat down. We started discussing a video we had watched. Not even 10 minutes passed by when the teacher said we were on a lockdown. She turned off all the lights in the room and locked the doors. All of us went into the corner of the room. It was completely silent. The teacher finally told us that a suspicious man was seen walking in the halls of the school. Seconds felt like minutes when we were all sitting there. It didn't take me long to realize who the man probably was. After about 30 minutes, they announced the lockdown was over. I went to the principal's office to report what I saw earlier. I then found out that the man seen in the halls was indeed the same man I had met and seen earlier that day. When a teacher saw him in the halls, he ran the other direction. The police were called and the man was apprehended. The scariest part of this is that they found a gun in his suitcase. It scares me to think how close I came to him when he was hiding in the bathroom. This happened around 5 years ago. I was in 8th grade at the time and in middle school. It was a normal day in the 5th period when I needed to go to the bathroom. I asked my teacher if I could go to the bathroom, and she said yes. I walked out of the classroom and down the hall. When I got to the bathroom, I went into a stall and closed the door. After about 30 seconds, I heard the door to the bathroom open. I thought it was another student, so I stayed quiet and I heard the person's shoes on the floor. They sounded like boots. I was a little curious because not many people wore boots at our school. The person didn't even go into a stall. He just stood outside by the door. I looked under the stall door and saw that it was a fully grown man standing by the door. He saw me look and then walked to my stall. He started banging on it and I got super freaked out. Then he stopped. After about 2 minutes, I heard the bathroom door open and the man leave. I went to call my friend, but as soon as I unlocked my phone, the intercom came on. The person over the intercom told us there was a high-level lockdown and that there was a person in the building who wasn't supposed to be there. I stood on the toilet as we were supposed to do in a lockdown if we were in the bathroom. I stood there for 10 minutes or so until the lady on the intercom told us that the lockdown was over. I still wonder to this day if the man in the bathroom was the person who caused the lockdown. It was one of the scariest moments of my life.
This happened back when I was in 10th grade. I went to a high school that I would describe as pretty average. For the most part, nothing that interesting or exciting happened on a daily basis. Back then, I would ride the bus to and from school every day from my house, which was about 10 minutes away. One day in the spring, I was in my 3rd period class. It was a writing class, and I always found it really boring. This day in particular was like many others. Towards the end of class, with maybe 20 minutes left, I got up and asked to go to the bathroom. My teacher said yes, and I left the classroom. I walked down the empty hallway to the bathrooms. They weren't that far away, just at the end of the hall and around a corner. As I was inside using the bathroom, I heard the door open. Nobody walked in though. Instead, I heard them say, "Is anybody in here?" When I heard this, I was confused. It was a bathroom with multiple stalls, so why would they ask that? I did not answer, and after like 2 or 3 seconds, the door shut. Whoever it was had left. It seemed like it was probably a teacher. I finished up, and as I was at the sink washing my hands, I heard the school intercom beep. Then there was an announcement that the school was now in a lockdown. I remember they said that this was not a drill. I felt a little bit nervous when hearing that. Maybe that's why someone had asked if anybody was in the bathroom. I wasn't quite sure what to do. Was I supposed to stay in the bathroom or go back to the classroom that I had been in? I figured that it would be best to go back to the classroom. My teacher was probably wondering where I was. I left the bathroom, but I didn't want any teachers to see me, or I was afraid that I would get in trouble. When I got into the hallway, I saw that it was completely empty still. Things were also very silent. I walked down the hallway to go around the corner and back to the hall that my classroom was in. However, I heard footsteps as I got near. I wasn't sure who it was, probably a teacher. I decided to move back and hope that they wouldn't see me, but the footsteps continued to get closer. I then walked back down the hallway and quickly turned the first corner to another hallway. When this happened, I heard the footsteps speed up. I was 100% sure now that they were following me. They didn't say anything though. I started moving even faster, and the footsteps got faster as well. Then, I started to realize that maybe this wasn't a teacher. Maybe this was somebody who wasn't supposed to be in the building. I turned another corner and was looking around for anywhere to go to get away. I happened to see a door that was open a little bit. I quickly got inside as the footsteps approached from around another corner. I shut the door, and at first, I couldn't see anything. The lights were off, but it looked like I was in some kind of closet. There was a bunch of stuff in there, like extra desks and boxes. I couldn't see well at all, but I could make out those things. I was completely silent, even holding my breath. I could still hear the footsteps, and they continued to get closer and closer. Eventually, they reached right outside of where I was, but they just walked past. I felt so much better when I heard that. I could hear them walking farther away down the hall at the same fast pace. The footsteps got quieter and quieter as they moved away. It then got very silent. I was feeling better and feeling like whoever that was now gone and it would be safe to leave. Just to be sure though, I was waiting a little bit longer. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a noise. But it was coming from behind me, inside the room that I was in. I turned around, just in time to see a man in there, coming around one of the boxes. I couldn't see any details of who it was, because of how dark it was in there, just that it was a man. I ran for the door as fast as I possibly could. Luckily, I was only a few feet away. I opened it and ran out into the hallway. I didn't look back, and sprinted in the direction down the hallway that the footsteps had walked. Within a minute, I saw a man walking. He turned around looking confused. It was one of our teachers. I recognized him. I told him that there was a man hiding in the closet. We both went towards the front of the school where the main offices were. We were let into a room, and I found out that the police had just arrived. Within 20 minutes, they had found the man who had moved and was now hiding in a bathroom. He was in fact not supposed to be in the school, and was the whole reason that we had been under a lockdown. The footsteps that I had heard were just a teacher. I can't believe that I hid in the same room as that guy. Looking back, I definitely should have just walked straight back to my classroom.
When I was in high school, some classes I liked and some classes I really hated. One of the classes that I found especially boring was economics. Part of it was the teacher that I had. He was nice, but a really boring guy to listen to. Plus, he would often give us packets to work on instead of more interesting ways to learn. Because of this, I would occasionally go for longer bathroom breaks during class. It was my final class of the day, so at that point, I was struggling to just stay awake, and I couldn't wait to get home. I remember that one day, it was in the fall, and I got to econ class and was extra tired. It was Friday and it had been a long week, so about 15 minutes into class, I asked if I could use the restroom. The answer was yes, which is what it typically was, and I walked out and into the hallways. I always felt good leaving a classroom when class was going on. I walked down to the nearest bathrooms and went inside. Nobody else was in there, and I went inside one of the stalls. As I was in there, I took out my headphones and put them in. Then I started playing some music on my phone and scrolled through Instagram. I would say about 5 minutes later, I got up and left the bathroom. When I got out into the hallway, I paused my music and took out my headphones. Then I walked the rest of the way back to class. When I got back to my classroom, the door was locked. I tried opening it a few times and then knocked on the door. I saw my teacher, Mr. Phelps, look out at me from the window. Then he opened up the door and let me in. When I got inside, I saw everybody in the class was sitting on the floor at the back of the room. They all looked at me as I walked in. Mr. Phelps told me to sit on the floor with the rest of the students and that we were under a lockdown. When I got to the back of the class and sat down, I asked if it was a drill. The kids around me were shaking their heads and saying no. Somebody asked me if I had seen anything. I told them no and explained that I just went to the bathroom and I didn't see anything at all. We all stayed sitting on the floor in the back of the classroom for probably like 40 minutes or so. I don't know exactly how long it was, but it sure felt like a really long time. None of us knew exactly what the lockdown was for, and we didn't hear anything out in the hallway either. There were a few times when somebody asked Mr. Phelps if he knew what was going on, but he always told us no. At last, the lockdown finally ended, and we were allowed to go home. Everybody wanted to find out why we had been under a lockdown in the first place, and within a few hours, everybody knew. But it hit me harder than most. The lockdown had been caused by a suspicious man breaking into the school. He was seen very shortly after entering, and when questioned by a teacher as to who he was, he ran. That caused the school to go under a lockdown, and the authorities were called. When police arrived and searched the school, it took a while, but eventually the man was found. He was found hiding inside of the bathroom, the same one that I had been in just before. I was clueless that there even had been a lockdown going on because I had my headphones in. I'm glad that I was, though, because I probably would have been scared about it. I do wonder how long after I had left the bathroom the man got there, though.
Last year I was a senior in high school. During 5th period, I was a teacher's assistant for a science class. I would usually do whatever the teacher asked me to, like grading assignments or cleaning the lab tables. Other times I would just do my homework or chill. It was a nice break from normal class. On this day, the science class went on a field trip, and I didn't really want to go, so the teacher let me stay back in her room and grade papers. I worked for about 20 minutes and then took a bathroom break. I got back to the room and began to grade more papers when the phone to the classroom rang. I picked it up. It was a recorded message from the principal sent to all classrooms saying they were going on lockdown as a suspicious male was seen on school grounds. I followed the directions and shut the door, locked it, and turned off all the lights. I was a little nervous being as I was all by myself in the classroom, but I knew the door was locked and I should be okay. I tried to take my mind off it by going back to grading papers. I turned on a little lamp on the desk for light. I got through about 3 more papers when I heard a noise come from the back of the classroom. The room was kind of big and had desks with lab tables behind them. I knew my mind was playing tricks on me and I kept working. Then I heard something again. This time I knew it wasn't my imagination. I looked closely around the classroom. When I got to the back corner lab table, I saw it. There was a man's shoe and part of his leg that I could barely see. I was frozen and didn't know what to do. I wanted to run for the door, but I didn't know if I could make it and unlock it in time if he chased me. The teacher's desk was kind of far from the door, but I knew I had to risk it. I didn't want to stay in the room with him. I counted to 3 and then got up and calmly walked to the door. About 3 steps from the door, and I heard more noise as if the man was getting up. At that point, I reached for the door as fast as I could, unlocked it, and opened it. I slammed it shut behind me and ran as fast as I could down the hall. I heard the door open behind me. I saw the nearest staircase and ran upstairs hoping to lose the man if he was following me. I didn't even know if he was chasing me, but I was scared out of my mind. I got upstairs and pounded on the nearest classroom door. The teacher let me in after about 10 seconds. The man did not follow me upstairs. I got in the room and explained everything as fast as I could to the teacher, who then made a call to inform the principal. It ended up being too late and the man was able to escape. I figure he snuck in the classroom as I went to the bathroom, and I don't know if he had intentions to harm me or not, but I'm just glad that I'm okay. The story that I'm about to tell you took place when I was in middle school. It was during the spring semester, and it was a day that I had a dentist appointment. I went to my first class of the day, and then got a pass to leave the school and go to my appointment. My mother was waiting at the front door of the school, and when the time came, drove me to the dentist. I was hoping that my mother would allow me to just go home after my dentist appointment and skip the rest of the school day, but she said no. It was most likely because it was earlier in the day. I got back to school during my third class period. I got let in the front door and then made my way to my classroom, which was on the other end of the school. As I was walking past one of the side doors, I noticed a man wave at me from outside. I don't know what I was thinking, but I walked over to the door and opened it for the man. He smiled and said thanks to me. Then I kept walking to my class. I got to my class, and only about 10 minutes later, we got an announcement that we were in a lockdown. I immediately got a bad feeling remembering the man I had let in. We did what we were supposed to do in a lockdown and went to the back of the classroom and turned all of the lights off. I could tell by how our teacher was acting that it seemed serious. We stayed there for about 30 minutes, and finally the lockdown ended. I heard afterwards that the same man I had let into the building was found hiding in a bathroom with a weapon. Thankfully, nobody was harmed, but I learned a valuable lesson not to let anybody inside.
I'm a high school teacher. I teach math, and my classroom is on the first floor of the school. I've always had the classroom decorated with posters and other fun things to make it more interesting for the students. I love teaching and helping kids learn math, which can be a difficult subject for many. The time of this story was last year, during the 5th period of the day. I did not teach a class during that period, and was using it to grade assignments, which sometimes took quite a while. It was a warm and sunny day, and about 15 minutes into that period, I found out that the school was being locked down. I did what we were instructed to do, which was to lock the doors of our classroom and turn the lights out. I already had the blinds closed to my classroom because the sun had been shining in and getting in my eyes. I was wondering why exactly we were under a lockdown, and I hadn't been given a reason. Still, I hoped that everybody was okay. Things were very quiet. I didn't hear or see anything unusual for a good 10 minutes. I was sitting at my desk in the corner of the room. Then, I heard something. There appeared to be a shadow of somebody walking right outside my classroom window. I had a set of windows that ran all the way along the back side of my classroom. It led to a part of the side of the school. Immediately outside of it was a grassy area with a few trees and a long line of bushes. I had never seen anybody walking right alongside the building like that. There was a sidewalk that was much farther away. Still, I could only see their shadow and not actually who it was, but it appeared as though it was a man. Right away, I had a bad feeling. Could this be why we were under a lockdown? Just after thinking that, I remembered something else. One of my windows was actually open. It was such a nice day that I had opened the window a little bit after the last class period had ended. It was on the opposite corner of the room from where I was. Should I risk it and get up from my desk? I would have to run all the way over there and then close the window. The man outside was also moving in that direction. It was clear that I wouldn't make it there before the person did, and I hoped that they would just walk past. But when they reached the window, I heard it start to raise. I saw a man's arm, and then I ducked down. I hid underneath my desk, where you would normally put your feet. Luckily, there was a wall blocking me from the other side, so the guy wouldn't be able to see me unless he came over here. But had he heard me? I wasn't sure. I tried to be as quiet as I could. I heard the man enter the classroom and stay by the window for a few minutes. My heart was racing. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to contact somebody, but I didn't want to make any noise. I was listening very closely to see if the man would move at all. He seemed like he was staying in the back opposite corner of the classroom. This went on for several minutes. I barely moved at all. Occasionally, I would hear slight movements from the man, but he never changed locations. I was pretty close to my classroom door, and I got the idea to leave. At first, it seemed like a crazy idea to me, but as time went on, I really wanted to leave the classroom. I decided that I was just going to go for it. Before I could, though, I heard the sound of the man moving. He was getting up and walking closer to me. My heart sank. I felt like I had missed my opportunity to leave. I should have got up and ran for the door sooner. I just hoped that the man did not know that I was in here with him, and also that he wouldn't look behind my desk. His footsteps got closer. Instead of walking over to where I was, though, he walked over to where the door of my classroom was. He remained there for a minute or so. Then, I heard the door being unlocked, and it opened. The man had actually left. The door closed behind him, and I waited for a few seconds before getting up and running back over to the door to lock it. Then, I called into the principal to let him know what had happened. I remained in my classroom, and about 10 minutes later got a phone call and was told that everything was now fine. The lockdown was lifted, and thankfully they had located the man. He had been seen suspiciously walking around campus, which is what caused the lockdown. I can't believe that he got in through my window. I'm sure to keep my windows closed now.
Back when I was in high school, during my freshman and sophomore years, I would ride the bus. It picked me up at the corner of my street early in the morning and would drop me off afterwards. I went to an average-sized high school about 10 minutes away from where I lived. At least, the place seemed average to me. There was probably about 700 or 800 kids, combined in all 4 grades. This is something that happened during my sophomore year. It was a school day, just like any other to that point. One class had just ended, and I was going to my final class for the day. As I stood in the hallway near my locker, I talked with some of my friends. I had a decent friend group of several other guys. The locker commons were always really crowded in between classes, and I remembered that the first warning bell rang. That meant that you had 2 minutes to make it to class. Kids started leaving the commons, but me and a couple of friends stayed. My classroom wasn't really that far off. I remember that one of the guys there was a grade ahead of us, and his name was Jake. His brother was Tommy, and Tommy was in my friend group, so I think that's why he was there. As I was about to head to class, I heard another sound come over the school speakers. At first, I was thinking, how could the bell ring again so soon? But it wasn't really the same bell sound for when class starts. It was followed by an announcement over the intercom. We were told that the school was going into a lockdown. All of us should go to our next hour classes immediately, and the teachers should lock the doors and turn off the lights. There was still kind of a lot of kids around, including the 4 of my friends. I heard one of them say they were going to just leave. Nobody wanted to sit in a classroom for who knows how long during a lockdown. One of the school exit doors was not that far away. There were already some kids leaving. I saw about 10 kids running for the doors and going outside, and more followed. There was only 1 class period left for the day, so I decided that I wanted to leave as well, but I didn't drive there. That's when Jake asked me if I wanted to leave. He said that he would give a ride home to anybody that wanted to because he was leaving. As he said this, he started to walk away. Half of my friend group was leaving, and the other half were actually going to their classes. Other kids were also leaving, and it became chaos. We had to leave fast if we were going to. I saw one of the teachers enter the hallway and start to tell kids to get to their classes. There were less and less kids around by the second. I decided to leave, but by that point, Jake and my other friends had already left. I remember the teacher yelling at the kids to stop leaving. There were probably like 50 that ended up making it out of the school. I was one of them, and when I got outside, my friends and I did not do a good job sticking together. Kids were literally running away to leave. They were going to the parking lots where students parked mostly, and some ran off through the grass towards a nearby neighborhood. The school was in an area that was mostly residential, but there were a few businesses down the road. There was a woods and all of the sports fields behind the school. The student parking lots were on the side, and then one was behind the tennis courts. When I got outside, I couldn't even see Jake or my friends anymore. It was basically chaos. Kids were running everywhere. A teacher took a step out of the school and told us all to come back inside, but nobody listened to him. I figured that Jake and my friends would be in the parking lot, so I ran in that direction. I had to kind of go around the school to get there, though. I wasn't sure which parking lot Jake parked in, so I went to the main one first. When I got there, he was nowhere in sight. I realized that it must be the other one, and I hoped that I wasn't too late. By now, most kids had made it to their cars if they were leaving. I sprinted for the other parking lot, but it was a ways away. When I got there, there was nobody. A lot of cars were still there, but I didn't see any students at all. I walked around, hoping that maybe my friends were in their car but hadn't left yet. Unfortunately, though, I didn't see them. I realized that they must have left without me. Now I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go back to the school because it was probably locked, and I wasn't supposed to leave in the first place. But I also couldn't go home because it was too far to walk and I didn't have a car. I started walking back up closer to the school, not really knowing exactly what I was going to do. I got to a back door of the school and tried going inside, but it was locked, just like I figured it would be. After this, I was going to go back around to the parking lot and then walk down the sidewalk, but when I turned, I saw some guy coming out of the school. I just knew that this guy had to be the reason for the lockdown. He was looking over his shoulder, was way too old to be a student, and definitely not a teacher. I was a long ways away from him, and I quickly ran behind a tree that was nearby. I was just hoping that the guy didn't see me. For a few seconds, I didn't bother to look and see where the guy was. I was expecting him to walk in another direction, but as I was still behind the tree, I heard the guy walking closer. I ran from behind the tree to the woods, which was maybe 20 feet away. There was no question that the guy saw me running into the woods. I was hoping that he wouldn't follow me. I got inside, went about 20 feet deep in it, and then ducked down and hid. I had no clue why the school had been locked down up until that point. I had been more concerned about leaving with my friends. After seeing a suspicious guy leave the school, though, I realized that I might be in actual danger. For a few seconds, I didn't hear anything, until I heard footsteps in the grass right outside of the woods that I was in. I couldn't take it any longer, and I got up and started running. I ran through the woods and then to the left. I didn't hear the guy enter the woods or anything, but I just wanted to get out of there. After like 2 or 3 minutes of running, I reached the edge of the woods, kind of near the street. I walked through the grass to the sidewalk and then ran down it. I kept going until I eventually reached a gas station. When I got there, I asked the employee working if I could borrow his cell phone to call my mom. I told him how my school had been locked down and everything. He let me, and I was able to wait there until my mom came and picked me up. Luckily, she worked not too far away from the school and our house, and was able to leave work without a problem. I didn't get in trouble for leaving school early either. The lockdown ended up lasting for the entire class period. In fact, students were kept there almost 10 minutes after the regularly scheduled time that school got out, so I didn't miss any class or anything. The man that I saw had entered the school, trying to pick up his daughter. It was a situation where he was divorced and hadn't seen his daughter in a long time and didn't have custody of her. He was also drunk and threatened a custodian when asked to leave. I'm not sure why he came over to me when I was in the woods, though. It was a really scary situation for me.
This happened when I was in high school. For some detail, I'm a female and was a junior at the time this took place. I used to walk to school and back every day because I lived pretty close to the school. So it would usually take me around 10 to 15 minutes to walk there, and I would take sidewalks basically the entire way. One morning, I left when I usually did at about 7:30 a.m. because school started at 7:50. After walking out the front door and leaving my house with my backpack, I saw a car on the side of the street. It was right in front of the sidewalk where I would walk past. I had never seen it before, so I didn't know who it was. I planned to just go right past it, but when I did, I saw the passenger side window rolling down. Somebody said something, and I looked over. The car was an older dark gray BMW, and the driver was a young-looking guy, but seemed to be a little bit older than me. He then asked me if I needed a ride to school. I had never seen this guy before and didn't think that he even went to my school. He told me his name was, I think, Ryan, but I can't remember exactly. He said which school he went to, which happened to be a school in the next city over. Then he said that he was good friends with Erica, who happened to be one of my best friends. Apparently, he was going to pick her up, and she asked him to pick me up as well and give us both rides to school. I said no thanks. I had never heard Erica talk about this guy before, and it just seemed really weird. The guy asked me why not, and I said maybe some other time. I wanted to confirm with Erica if she knew this guy at all. I figured there was a chance that she was friends with him, but she hadn't said anything to me about this. Obviously, it was a little bit suspicious. The guy seemed disappointed, but ultimately said okay. I kept walking down the street as he pulled away in his car and drove past me. But right when he got past me, he stopped his car on the road. He rolled down his window again and said, "Last chance." I said no again, and then he finally drove off. I walked the rest of the way to school and got there at basically my normal time. As I was walking, I texted Erica about it. In that semester of high school, my first hour class was English. By the time I got to class, I had gotten a response from Erica. I usually didn't get to see her before school because our first hour classes were on the opposite ends of the school from each other. She said that she didn't even know who I was talking about. I had a feeling that's what she was going to say. This was a mystery to me of who this guy really was and why he tried to pick me up in his car. He knew that I had a friend named Erica, and he also knew where I went to school, but I didn't know him at all. During that same first-hour English class, probably about 30 minutes in, the school went into a lockdown. I had no clue what it was for at the time. We had never had a lockdown before in my entire time at the school, just a few drills. We were all told to sit at the back of the class. The classroom lights were turned off, and the door was locked by our teacher. We all sat in mostly silence for what felt like a really long time. It didn't really last that long though, it was probably about 20 minutes. Eventually, the lockdown was lifted. By that time, we were all very curious as to what was going on. By the end of the day, I had found out. A man apparently walked into the school after class had started and right past the receptionist. The only door that was open after class started was the front door. He was then spotted by a hall monitor who asked him for a pass. The guy walked past him without saying anything and went to the locker commons. Then he hid there and the school was locked down. Unfortunately, the guy ran out from the locker commons to the nearest exit and was able to get out. The school and property was searched, but he had gotten away. It was good that he was gone, but it was also bad that he wasn't caught. Some of us were wondering where he went, but it could have been anywhere. There was large woods behind our school, and I think they pretty much gave up on the search when they found out he wasn't on the school property anymore. Still, I had no clue who the guy was who had been inside the school. I didn't even connect the dots at all. After school that day, I walked home like I always did. I was less than halfway there when I once again saw the car that was at my house earlier. I got a bad feeling. This guy was not who he claimed to be, and I knew that. The car was parked on the side of the road again, on the side that I had to walk past. I sped up and started walking faster, but when I got even with the car, once again I heard him say something. His window was already down, and the guy said hi. I looked over and said hi, all while continuing to walk. He then told me to stop. I didn't and ignored him. Then he said, "You know I was in your school earlier." I stopped and couldn't believe what I was hearing. He then started to laugh, and it was really creepy. He basically bragged about how they had locked the school down, and he managed to escape. As he was saying this, he opened his car door and got out. I walked even faster until the guy started to run. Then, at that point, I had to start running too. Unfortunately, it seemed as though he was a little bit faster than I was. I could tell that he was gaining on me. I left the sidewalk and ran out into the middle of the road. Then came possibly one of the luckiest moments of my entire life. A car started driving down that otherwise quiet road. I ran straight for the car, and when I got close, noticed that it was somebody that I actually knew. It was one of my classmates, a guy named Matt. He saw me and stopped his car. I ran for the passenger side, while the man chasing me continued to come after me and was about 20 feet back. I got inside of Matt's car and told him to lock the doors. The guy chasing reached the car moments later. The doors locked, and the guy tried getting in and then began pounding on the door when he couldn't. Matt asked me who this guy was, and I told him to just get out of there. He drove away, with the guy standing in the street. I explained to Matt as I got out my phone to call the police. I told them everything, and Matt dropped me off at my house a short time later. The police came out and talked with me and my parents and said that they would look out for the car that I described. That same day, the man was located by the police. He had been stalking me for several days without me even knowing. I'm not sure exactly why he went into our school. Maybe he was waiting for me to get back to my locker. He could have honestly passed for a student because he looked young, but he was actually in his mid-20s and not a student at all. This was years ago now, but I still remember it all the time. I'm really glad Matt was driving by when he did. I don't know what would have happened to me if not. This is something that happened to me back when I was in high school. I believe that it was my sophomore year and the start of the semester. There was this science class that I was signed up for, except for some reason I got put into the wrong class. I really don't remember how exactly this happened, but I know that after being in the one class for about 2 or 3 days, they told me that I needed to be in another one. So then, on I think the 3rd day of the semester, they told me that I had to go to the other class. Everything got sorted out, but when I got to my class, the teacher said that I had to go to the library and get the class textbook. So she gave me a pass and I left, probably several minutes into the class period. The library was located about halfway across the entire school, so I was walking there by myself and then was going to go right back to class. When I was about halfway there, I heard this noise come over the school intercom. At first, I didn't know what it was. Then, shortly after, I heard that the entire school was being locked down. Immediately, this made me feel pretty nervous. The hallways that I was in were completely empty and quiet. I started walking much faster to try to get to the library. Eventually, I reached the library, probably a minute or two after the lockdown started. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. The lights inside appeared to be turned off as well. I then knocked on the library door, hoping that the librarian or somebody inside would let me in. As I waited at the door, I got more and more nervous. I didn't know why we were in a lockdown. I hadn't heard or seen anything in the hallways, but it was a very large building. After waiting at the door for probably a minute with no answer, I knocked on it again. This time, I was sure to knock louder, but still, nobody answered the door. I didn't know what to do. My heart was racing. I started walking back to my classroom, but thought they probably wouldn't answer the door for me either. As I was walking through the halls, I figured that the best thing to do would to just be get out of the hallways. At some point, I heard footsteps. They were sort of far away and out of my sight, but when I heard them, I saw a bathroom nearby, so I decided to go inside of it. This was better than being out in the hallways. I got inside the bathroom and it was completely empty in there. It was a pretty typical high school bathroom with a few stalls and sinks. I went over and stood by the sink. Then I tried to think of what I should do. Ultimately, I decided to just wait out the lockdown in the bathroom. For some reason, the library wouldn't let me in, and my teacher probably assumed that I was at the library. Maybe 5 minutes or so went by since I entered the bathroom. That's when I heard footsteps in the hallway drawing closer. I then walked over and went inside one of the bathroom stalls. I closed it and listened to the footsteps now reach the bathroom. I really didn't know who was there, if it was a teacher or someone else, but I didn't want to know either way. The footsteps sounded like they were coming into the bathroom, and my heart started racing. I didn't know why somebody would go in there. Then, the next thing I knew, it sounded like the footsteps started to walk away. I felt relieved, but I also didn't know what was going on. I still had no clue as to why we were in a lockdown. At that point, I decided to text my best friend in school who was in another class. But when I tried, the text wouldn't go through. I really couldn't get a signal in these bathrooms for some reason. There were a few certain spots in the school that were somewhat of dead areas for phone signals. After that, I decided to just play games on my phone and wait out the lockdown. This went on for probably 30 minutes or so. Things were quiet the entire time, and I actually started to calm down quite a bit. But then, out of nowhere, I heard footsteps in the hallway again. I was hoping that they would just walk past the bathrooms. The footsteps seemed to be moving pretty quickly, which I didn't like. They arrived at the bathroom, and then whoever it was entered. I lifted up my feet so that they wouldn't see me. After going inside the bathroom, they seemed to be near the front side of it. Meanwhile, I was in the far back stall of 3. I heard whoever this was actually seemed to be pacing around a little bit. The longer they were in there, the more worried I became. I was trying to be as quiet as I could and not make a sound. Then the footsteps left the bathroom and again walked away. I still had no idea as to who it was. I stayed where I was in the bathroom and just kept doing what I was doing. For the next 10 to 15 minutes, I really didn't hear much of anything. Then, all of a sudden, the lockdown was over. I heard the announcement come over the intercom. When that happened, I left the bathroom and walked back to my science class. When I got there, the period was ending, and my teacher didn't ask me where I was or anything. As the school day went on, I later found out that a suspicious man was inside of the school. Apparently, he ran away when questioned, and nobody could find him for a while. When he was finally caught, I heard that they located him in a hallway that was very close to the bathroom I had been in. The man did not say why he was in the school at all. I think that it was him who entered the bathroom. I never looked, so obviously I can't confirm it, but I really think that it was him.
I'm just really glad that everything turned out to be okay.
So this is a story about when I was 18 years old and I had a personal encounter with a man who caused a lockdown at my school. It all started during the 4th hour of the school day. I was sitting in class, barely awake, when suddenly a noise came over the intercom. The principal said, "Attention students and staff, this is a code red lockdown. Please follow lockdown procedures immediately." My heart sank, as I would assume everyone else's did when hearing this. Our teacher then started telling us where to go. We all had to huddle up in the corner of the room. She then closed and locked the classroom doors and turned out the lights. At this point, everybody started whispering, wondering what exactly was going on. Obviously, we all wanted to know why we were under a lockdown. One of the kids in the class asked the teacher, but she wouldn't tell us. She only told us to stay quiet. The minutes turned into hours, which was awful, because locking a bunch of high school kids in a room without being able to move isn't such a good idea. Many students went on their phones, and others whispered and talked to each other. The classroom became a huge mix of confusion and anxiety. But as the hours dragged on, we sat there, and every noise we heard or thought we heard outside the room scared us, but we didn't hear much. At this point, we were all convinced that there really was somebody out there with a weapon. Some students speculated about a potential intruder or an active threat, while others whispered about rumors they had heard. At one point, one of the kids in the class got up and couldn't resist looking out the classroom window. The teacher made him sit back down pretty much right away, but he claimed he saw a guy in a red sweatshirt walking down the hallway. I wasn't sure whether to believe him or not. Hours of waiting went by, and soon we reached just about the end of the school day. Then, finally, the long-awaited announcement came over the intercom. "The lockdown has been lifted. Please remain calm and proceed with caution." Everybody was so happy to be able to leave, and the classroom doors swung open. We all cautiously stepped back into the hallways. But the story didn't end there for me. Back then, I rode the bus to and from school, and I boarded it along with the other kids. As I rode the bus home, the events of the day replayed in my mind. The whole day just felt weird and off, and it made me more aware of the things around me for the rest of the day. When I got off the bus, I noticed that a ways back, a car was parking on the side of the street outside of my house, and I only lived with my parents, who were both at work at the time. The car wasn't like right in front of my house, but a little ways down. We also lived in a little more rural area, so the yards were bigger and there was a little more space. This also meant that we got less traffic through the neighborhood though. After getting off the bus, I quickly walked inside, hoping that the car would just drive away. When I got inside my house though, I checked out the window and the car was still there. I could see that somebody was inside of it, and it just gave me a bad feeling. I didn't want to take any chances. I called my parents, casually asking when they would be home, hiding the anxiety in my voice. They mentioned that they would be a couple of hours, which did not help my situation. I did not tell them about the car on the side of the street, because I didn't want them to worry, and I hoped that the car would drive away soon. Alone in the house, I hid by the window, peeking through the curtains. The car outside wouldn't leave, and it freaked me out. Trying to distract myself, I turned on the TV and put on a sitcom, but my eyes kept darting back to the creepy car outside. It just wouldn't leave. I decided that I wasn't going to look outside anymore. It wasn't doing me any good. Maybe 10 minutes passed, and I was just watching the TV. But then I heard a door closing outside. It was a car door. I quickly looked back out the window again, and this time saw a man getting out of the vehicle. He was wearing a red sweatshirt. I watched him start to walk up, right into our front yard. I ducked down, and then ran away, sprinting for my bedroom. I got inside, closed my door, and hid under my bed like a little kid. I was terrified. My heart was racing, and I didn't know what to do. A few moments went by, and then I heard another sound. It was a knocking at my bedroom window. That just about made me jump up. Immediately, I took out my phone and dialed 911. Whoever was there was definitely up to no good. I told the operator exactly what was going on, and I was told that the police would be there shortly. In the meantime, I wasn't hearing any noises, and the man had knocked on my window just the one time. I was still scared as could be, though. A few more minutes passed, and I remained hidden under my bed. I had hoped that the man had gone away, but just as I was thinking that that may have been a possibility, there was a sound of glass breaking coming from the other end of the house in the back. The guy had broken in. I heard some more noise from that direction, and soon it sounded like somebody was inside. Then I heard another noise. It was police sirens. This was the best sound that I had heard all day. I heard the man inside the house turning around and leaving through the back the way that he had came. Less than a minute later, the police were there. Long story short, they actually caught the guy running away in the neighbor's backyard. The same man was also in fact the cause of the lockdown at my school earlier. Apparently, he had somehow gotten inside the school, probably before it started for the day. Somebody spotted him inside and the school went under a lockdown. I don't know how, but he was able to evade everybody and then leave the school without getting caught, likely escaping out of an open window. I still can't believe how he went to my house of all places afterwards. It makes me think that possibly the guy was stalking me. Either way, I'm glad I don't have to worry about it anymore.
When I was a senior in high school, during my last spring semester, I had taken all of the classes that I needed to take, and I had an extra hour during the day that I could use to just study. I had an entire classroom to myself for studying, but I would usually just play games on my phone. It was during my third period, so I couldn't go home early or anything like that, but it was still a nice break for me. One day, I got to my study hour and actually had some homework to do. I began working and went for about 20 minutes until I heard an announcement come over the school intercom. It was an announcement of a lockdown, and everyone was instructed to lock their doors and return to their classrooms if they were not in them. I wasn't quite sure if this was a drill or not at first, so I went over and shut the door. The classroom that I was in a wing of the school that was farthest from the locker commons and cafeteria, so I figured no teachers would come over there or hear anything. So I just went back to my homework. I will admit though, I was slightly scared, but really I thought nothing of it, because in my time at that high school, we had had 2 previous lockdowns, which were basically just false alarms. I was working on my homework when suddenly I heard a knocking at the door. I walked over to the door and saw a kid outside. I opened the door and he told me he had seen a guy in the hallway. The kid seemed to be in a panic, so I let him in the room and we locked the door. The kid explained to me that he went out for a drink of water and saw an older-looking creepy guy walking towards him. The kid wasn't able to get back to his original classroom because he would have to go past the creepy guy. I turned off the lights in the classroom and we both went to the back corner. We sat there in pitch-black silence for several minutes. I whispered over to the kid and asked him what his name was, but he appeared to be gone. Then there was another knocking at the door to the classroom. I was pretty scared at this point, but I slowly got up and walked over to the door. I listened on the other side and heard someone say police. I was shocked. I opened up the door to see several officers. One of them pulled me out of the room immediately. I was as confused as can be, but then I saw them go into the room and a short time later come out with the kid that I had let in. They led him away and they told me that he had been the reason for the lockdown. As it turns out, he was a former student who had graduated 2 years earlier. He had gone to the school and had made several threats against the school, but was seen by a staff member shortly after entering. It really creeped me out knowing I had been alone in a classroom with him.
This story happened several years ago. I was working as a substitute teacher at the time. This was my first day working at a new high school that I had never been to before. I was substituting for an English teacher and was given some readings to assign to each class, and for one of the classes I got to play a movie. Overall, it seemed like a pretty easy day. I arrived at the school before classes started and went into the crowded hallways. I was making my way through the large and older-looking school to the classroom that I would be in. I sort of had to go to the bathroom and realized I had a little bit of time, so I stopped. I was in the bathroom for no longer than 1 minute, and when I came out, the halls were nearly empty. I looked at my watch and saw that I still had plenty of time until classes started. I was wondering to myself where everybody had gone. I saw just a couple of kids walking down the halls, but they quickly disappeared. I started walking to the classroom, but not 10 seconds later I heard some sound come over the loudspeaker of the school. There was an announcement that we were now under a lockdown and for students to go to their first hour classrooms immediately. I rushed to get to my classroom now. Like I said, it was a big school, and it being my first time there, I had a little bit of a hard time knowing where everything was.
I didn't see anybody else at all in the hallways, and the school was completely silent. At last, I made it to the classroom that I was in charge of for the day. The door was closed, but it was unlocked, and I opened it up and went inside. I saw that all of the lights were off, which was lockdown protocols, but as I saw some light from the hallways get into the rest of the classroom, I didn't see any students. I figured maybe they were in the back corner of the classroom. I announced to the room that I was there and asked if any students were in there, but I didn't get any response. I took out the flashlight on my phone and then shined it to the back of the room. It wasn't long before I realized that there was nobody in the classroom at all except for me, or so I thought. I noticed something in the corner of the room as my flashlight went over it. Behind a desk, there appeared to be a grown man crouched over. I pretended not to notice him, but in reality I was freaked out. I walked up to the front end of the classroom and planned to walk back out into the hallway, but as soon as I got towards the front of the room, I started to hear movements in the back. It sounded like whoever was back there was now running to the front of the classroom. I scrambled to get out of the door and back into the hallway, and I was able to just before I heard whoever was back there reach the door. They didn't come out though, but instead remained in the room. I ran as far away from that room as I could, and eventually I saw a police officer. They questioned me because I wasn't a regular employee of the school, but after they found out I was a substitute, I told them about the man I had seen in the room. I left the school, and they searched it thoroughly. Eventually, they were able to find a man hiding near the classroom that I was supposed to teach in. He was found with a knife on him. I think he was planning to hurt the teacher that regularly taught in that classroom. I'm lucky that I was able to leave the room before the man caught up to me.
I'm currently a high school math teacher. This story takes place a couple of years ago. I worked at a different high school, and I won't say where it is, but I was also a math teacher at that school as well. There, school went from 7:50 a.m. to 2:40 p.m. every day. When school ended, I would stay after and grade assignments and prepare class for the next day. I never really knew exactly how long after I would stay, but usually a couple of hours. One day, I was in my classroom by myself and had just finished grading a bunch of assignments. I would guess that it was about an hour and a half after school had ended. I went down the hall and printed off some things that I needed for class the next day. Then I went back to my classroom to do a few more things. As I was working on and preparing for the next day's lesson, suddenly I heard a sound come over the school speakers. The phone on my desk rang as well. I picked it up and I heard in the automated tone that the school was going under a lockdown and this was not a drill. This was unusual and I had never experienced a lockdown before. School was not going on, but there were still many teachers there and some students who were involved in after-school activities. I went over to the door, locked it, and then turned the lights out in the classroom. Then I went back to my desk. Of course, I was very curious why there was a lockdown going on, and I texted another teacher who I was friends with. They didn't know either, however, and I decided to just keep working at my desk. About 30 minutes passed, and we were still under a lockdown. I sat at my desk, working, when I thought I heard a slight noise. At first, I couldn't tell if it was coming from the hallway or inside my classroom. I stopped what I was doing and listened. I could now hear more clearly, but it didn't make any sense. It sounded like somebody was inside my classroom. I looked all around it, but didn't see anything strange. I sat there silent, just looking around my classroom for a good 2 or 3 minutes in a row. The noises stopped for the most part, but then, finally, I saw one of my cabinets in the back. It looked like there was a shoe sort of sticking out of one of them. The door was also cracked open a few inches. I couldn't tell if I was really seeing this at first. I kept watching it until I actually saw it move a little. Then it moved back inside the cabinet entirely. When I saw this, I felt a large rush of adrenaline, but not in a good way. I knew there was somebody hiding in my classroom, and I did not know who they were. I texted a teacher down the hall that I knew, who also happened to still be there, and I told him what happened. I told him that I was going to head over to his room. Then I got up from my desk and tried not to panic as I walked over to the classroom door. When I was walking, it felt like forever, but eventually I did make it to the door. Then I unlocked it and walked outside of the room and into the hallway. From there, I walked a ways down the hall until I got to the classroom I was headed to. I was let in and felt much safer in there. We were able to report to the school the person in my classroom then. I couldn't believe that somebody had been hiding in my room. and sure enough, he was found, still hiding in my classroom. It was a guy who was on drugs, and he had broken a window in the back of the school and came inside. I really don't know what he was capable of, or why he had chosen my classroom to hide in, but I'm sure glad that I saw him when I did.
When I had to go to Saturday school. I guess that Saturday school was sort of like detention. I was in high school, and I think that I was a junior. The way I got detention was that I forgot to return several of my school books. We were given books from the library that we needed for certain classes. When the semester was almost over, we were supposed to return the books on our own. However, I forgot, and I actually lost one of the books in my house. Eventually, I found it, and I returned all of my overdue books, but I still had to go to Saturday school. It really wasn't that bad, and pretty much just like study hall. It was just one classroom, which was one of the language arts classrooms. The teacher just sat at his desk and made sure that we all behaved. Occasionally, he let us know what time it was and could answer some questions or help us with problems if he could. I remember that the teacher was Mr. Sanders. He was a nice guy and overall pretty reasonable. I remember that my mom dropped me off at the school just before 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Saturday school started at 8 and went until 12. But not everyone had to be there the whole time. I only had to be there for 2 hours, so I would get to leave by 10. I know that depending on what some of the kids did to get Saturday school, they might have to write papers or something like that. Other kids just had to work on their own individual homework or just study. I had to write a short paper on what I learned from not returning my books on time. I also brought a little bit of homework to do for another class. When I got there was only 4 other students. I recognized 2 of them, and the other 2 I didn't, and they were not in my grade. The ones I recognized were both pretty much troublemakers, kids who would skip class a lot or not turn stuff in. I felt sort of out of place because I was normally a really good student. At 8 a.m., Mr. Sanders shut the door and spoke to us for a few moments, then went behind his desk on his computer. I got to work and wrote the paper. It didn't take that long at all. Then I started doing my homework. I finished that too by the time it was 9:30 a.m. Then I got a book from Mr. Sanders' bookshelf in the back and started reading. I remember that it was a short time after I started reading that Mr. Sanders got up from his desk and said that he was going to the bathroom. He jokingly asked us all if we were going to be okay while he was gone. Then he left. Like a minute later, one of the other kids that was in the classroom got up and left as well. I wasn't quite sure what he was doing, but I didn't think too much of it. I just kept reading. But like 5 minutes later, the school intercom said that we were going under a lockdown. This seemed really strange. We all had no idea why we would be in a lockdown. There was hardly anybody at the school. It was a Saturday. Only one of the doors was even unlocked for people to come in on Saturdays. Most of us knew from lockdown drills that the classroom doors were supposed to be closed, locked, and the lights turned off. Then we were supposed to sit on the ground in the back of the classroom. The problem was that our teacher was gone. We looked around at each other, unsure of what to do. Then someone spoke up and said, "Should we close the door?" We decided that we would. I walked over and closed it, then locked the door. Someone else turned out the lights. We all started talking to each other, wondering what exactly was going on. If our teacher came back, we would let him in, but he most likely had keys with him. We weren't hearing anything from the hallways, but whatever the problem was could have been from anywhere in the school. A few minutes went by, and nothing happened. Then somebody tried opening the door. Thinking it might be the teacher, I got up and walked over to it, but by the time I got there and looked out, nobody was there. I went back and sat down at my desk again. We were really confused in the classroom now. Less than a minute later, it sounded like we heard some shouting in the distance. Then someone tried opening our classroom door, and that was followed by more knocking on it. I walked over once again, and this time looked out the small window. It was the kid who had been in our class earlier but left. He was yelling and asking to be let in. I was just about to open the door for him when I heard more shouting coming from down the hallway. I heard somebody say police. The kid ran away from the door down the hallway. For several minutes, we were as confused as ever, but the lockdown ended about 5 minutes later, and several police officers knocked on our door. We let them in, and they explained the situation to us. When our teacher, Mr. Sanders, had left to use the bathroom, the other student left the classroom to follow him. The student knocked the teacher unconscious by punching him from behind. A janitor heard the incident, and then the student ran. That sent the school into a lockdown, and the police were called. I'm glad that I didn't let that student back into the classroom. Mr. Sanders ended up being okay, but he had to go to the hospital with a minor concussion.
I'm not sure what that kid's problem with Mr. Sanders was exactly, but I did hear that he had been suspended earlier in the year for fighting. That was the only time I went to Saturday school.
Alright, so picture this. I'm called in as a substitute teacher for a class that missed out on a field trip. The regular teacher and most of the students were out on the field trip, while I was left in charge of 4 students who didn't have their parent permission slips signed. To set the scene, I had just finished subbing for another class. Afterwards, I was asked to sub for this class, and the instructions were pretty straightforward. Play a Mythbusters video for the students, and hand out worksheets to keep them occupied. Sounds easy, right? Well, here's where things took an unexpected turn. Barely a few minutes into class with the video playing, the Fab Four, who seemed to be inseparable buddies, all raised their hands and requested to go to the bathroom. Now, being the laid-back sub that I am, I granted their wish, with a friendly reminder to return soon so we could finish the video together. They nodded eagerly, promising to be back in a jiffy, and headed out to the hallway as I paused the video. As I waited for them to return, a couple of minutes went by. Then, I heard a noise come over the intercom. There was an announcement that the school was now going in a lockdown, and this was not a drill. This put me in a little bit of an odd situation. Panic started to settle in as I realized that these 4 kids were nowhere to be seen. Should I go out and search for them? Or should I stick to the lockdown protocols and secure the classroom by locking the doors and turning off the lights? I figured my students should be back any second, and I stood there in my classroom doorway for about another minute or so. In a moment of concern for their well-being, I chose to go find them. I figured they must be hanging out in the nearest bathroom, right? Easy to find, or so I thought. I hurriedly made my way to the hallway, fueled by a mix of worry and determination. I walked to the bathroom as quickly as I could, and I got winded because I'm severely not in shape like I used to be, and I pushed open the bathroom door and knocked. I was hoping to find them and usher them back to the classroom. "Hey guys, we're on lockdown. You need to come back to the classroom," I called out, my voice echoing through the empty bathroom. But to my surprise, there was no response, not a peep. As confusion grew, I cautiously pushed the bathroom door open wider, half expecting them to jump out. But that wasn't the case. The bathroom was empty. Not a single person in sight. My heart sank. Where on earth did these students go? I couldn't dwell on it for long, though, because my priority was to get back to my classroom. If the students had wandered off, then that was their fault. They would likely be found by another faculty member. With a mix of anxiety and haste, I retraced my steps, making my way back to the classroom that I was in charge of. I went inside and remained by the door. 10 long minutes went by, which felt like a whole hour, and still there was no sign of my students. Just when I was about to lose my cool from all the suspense, I heard this weird noise coming from inside the classroom. I quickly scanned the room, hoping to figure out where it was coming from, but there was nothing there, just an empty and super quiet classroom. I tried to tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but then I heard it again. This time, my eyes locked onto this person crouched behind a desk at the back of the room. I cautiously approached, my voice trembling when I asked, "Who's there?" I was praying it was just a student playing an elaborate prank, but to my dismay, the figure that rose up from beyond the desk was no student. It was a man, a complete stranger, and certainly not a student. I freaked out and sprinted out of the classroom immediately, desperate to find help. Now, as a grown adult, you're probably wondering why I bolted and didn't stay in the room and fight him. Well, like I said, I'm not as young as I used to be, and I'm not in shape, so the odds of me winning a fight protecting myself are like 4 out of 10. I pounded on the door of the nearest classroom, and thankfully, the teacher opened the door. Their expression quickly turned to concern as they listened to my explanation of what had happened. Without wasting a second, they dialed the school principal and alerted her about the new situation. Soon enough, the school became filled with activity as police officers were everywhere in the hallways. It turned out that the stranger I had encountered was the very person the school had been locked down for. He must have snuck into my classroom when I was down the hall looking for my students. This realization made my mind go black as I thought about all the possibilities that could have happened if I didn't run away from my classroom. It turned out that the missing students had taken refuge in another teacher's classroom. Nobody had thought to inform me, though. Rumors began to circulate that this intruder had ulterior motives, with whispers of him searching for someone specific or possibly carrying a weapon. The details remained vague, and the school kept the information tightly under wraps. Looking back on that day, I'm just grateful that everybody was okay. After that crazy incident, I needed some serious time off. When I finally went back to teaching, I had a whole new perspective. I will certainly never forget that day. I'm a teacher, and this is something that happened a couple of years ago. It was during my 4th year teaching at the high school that I still currently teach at. I teach math, and had 4 different classes throughout the day that semester. It kept me very busy between teaching, preparing lessons, and grading assignments. One day, about a month into the school year, I was teaching like any other. It was the first hour of the day, and I was in the middle of going through a problem on the whiteboard. That's when the phone rang in my classroom. I paused what I was doing and walked over to answer it. I was told the school was being locked down, but I wasn't told why. After that, the announcement came over the entire school intercom. Some of the kids in class started to talk and asked me what the cause of the lockdown was. I honestly didn't know, and I told them that. I did what I was supposed to do and turned out the lights and locked the doors. I instructed the students to the back of the classroom. There were 20 kids in my class, and they all did what I said, but still wanted to know why we were in a lockdown. I knew this was not a drill, and I was pretty curious myself. I went to my desk and sat down in the chair. Then we all just waited. Minutes went by, which felt like forever. After about 10 minutes, my cell phone started vibrating. It was on top of my desk, and I picked it up to see who was calling me. It was a number that I didn't recognize. I was about to let it ring, but I thought it was possibly information about the lockdown. It may have been from another teacher whose number I didn't have yet. It could have been from another staff member as well. That's what was going through my mind in the moment. At the last minute, I accepted the call. I held the phone up to my ear and listened as I heard a man start to speak. I didn't really recognize his voice. He spoke professionally and told me that I was needed in the principal's office immediately. I asked why, and I was told that it would be discussed when I got there. I was very confused. I said I couldn't leave my class, and I was told that I needed to go anyways. Then he hung up. I saw my students looking at me, no doubt wondering what I was told on the phone. Then one of them spoke up and asked. I told them the truth and said somebody asked me to the principal's, and I really didn't know why. I was debating whether I should go or not. I got up from my desk and walked over to the door. Then I looked out the window and into the hallway. It was very empty. But then I saw someone. It was sort of far to the left, just barely in my sight. There was a man standing there wearing all black, including a ski mask. I quickly moved back after seeing him. One of the students asked me if I was going to go, and I said no, I wasn't. I told everyone to stay at the back of the class, and I joined them. I had no clue who the person in the hallway was, but the fact that they were wearing a ski mask could not be good. They were likely the reason for the lockdown. I didn't want my students to know that the person was so close, though. Things were very silent for a few minutes. We couldn't hear anything from out in the hallways. It felt like forever, and the more time that went by, the more worried I became. I got another phone call on my phone from the same number, but I ignored it. They called back again, and at that point, I turned off my phone entirely. We all waited in the classroom for almost an hour. Finally, I got another call on my phone in the classroom. I walked over and picked it up. I was told that the lockdown was over, and then there was an announcement over the intercom letting us know. Class was over, and I let the students out. When I found out more details from the lockdown, I couldn't believe it. The person in the ski mask was a former student of our high school. He was also a former student of mine, who I had failed. He came back to the school, and he was the one who called me on my cell phone as well. I'm not sure how he got my number, but he did. He was trying to get me out of my classroom. I'm not sure what he was planning to do then, possibly attack me. I don't want to think about that. Luckily, he was spotted by a faculty member, which sent the school into a lockdown. Eventually, the police came and were able to locate the suspect and catch him, although he was able to evade them for quite a while. I still can't believe it, even to this day. I can't imagine what would have happened had I left the classroom. It was too strange though, and I never really seriously considered it. I could tell that something was really suspicious. Still, I will never forget seeing him in the hallway. It was one of the scariest sights of my life. This story takes place years ago when I was in high school.
It happened after lunch period. The way my school worked is that we would have class, then lunch, then study hall. Class was an hour long, and lunch and study hall were about 25 minutes each. Your study hall classroom would be the same classroom that you had directly before lunch. But for me, I had gym class that period. It was 10th grade PE. The class was very easy and enjoyable for me. When we would have study hall, though, we would have to use a different teacher's classroom who had prep hour at that time. But a couple of times, we were unable to get the classroom and then had to spend study hall in the gym, which was kind of weird. If that happened, we would sit in the bleachers or on the gym floor and do homework. Usually, the teacher would let us know before we went to lunch where it would be, and most of the time, we had a certain classroom. So on this school day, after lunch, I started heading back to the classroom. It was a decent ways away from the lunchroom on the other side of the school. I talked with some of my friends that I sat with at lunch for a while. My gym teacher was not very strict at all, especially with study hall. He didn't mind students coming back a minute or two late. The lunchroom cleared out, and I began walking back to class. The bell rang when I was still like a minute away. By then, the hallways were empty besides me walking them. Soon, I got to the classroom. The door was closed, which was odd, and when I tried opening it, I couldn't. The door was locked. I also noticed that inside the window, the lights appeared to be off. I turned and walked away, realizing that we must be meeting in the gym today. I hadn't known, though. I remember thinking to myself, I don't remember being told that we were meeting in the gym. How did everybody else know besides me? I headed back towards the gym, and then I heard an announcement come over the school speakers. It said, "This is a lockdown, and this is not a drill. Please remain in your classrooms, and no students are to be out in the halls." I was about halfway back to the gym at that point. It still hadn't registered to me that the classroom had been locked down. I hurried up and made my way to the gym. When I got there, the doors were closed and locked. It was in that moment that I realized they were meeting in the classroom. I know I was a little slow on that, but I headed back to the classroom, now walking as fast as I could without running. I hadn't heard or seen anybody else in the hallways at all. It was completely quiet, until suddenly, I heard the sound of something hitting a locker around the corner. It was like somebody punched a locker or threw something up against it. The sound was very loud, especially to break the dead silence. I stopped in my tracks and no longer wanted to keep going to my classroom. I started walking in the other direction. In that moment, I heard footsteps coming from where I had heard the loud noise. My heart started racing. I kept walking and heard the footsteps continue. They were about to come around the corner now. I saw a staircase on the left and darted over and quickly went down the stairs. After getting down, I ran about 30 feet down the hallway to the first classroom that I saw. When I was there, I desperately started banging on the door. I didn't know what class this was, but I was hoping that they would let me in. After knocking a couple of times, I tried the door, but of course, it was locked. The teacher was not answering. I hoped that there was actually a class going on in there currently. As I waited, I heard whoever had been behind me now walking down the stairs rather quickly. I looked back and saw their legs appearing, but couldn't tell who it was yet. I didn't want to know. I turned back and kept banging on the door. Then, I heard the person behind me reach the bottom of the stairs and start walking towards me. All of a sudden, the classroom door finally opened. The teacher let me in and quickly shut the door once I was in the classroom. All of the lights were off, but I saw the students in the class were in the back of the room and on the floor. The teacher quickly locked the door, and then somebody actually tried opening it just a few seconds later. It must have been whoever had been following me. Then they banged on the door a couple of times. The teacher looked out the little window and then turned back and walked away. Some students started talking quietly. One of them asked me where I had come from. The teacher stopped everyone and said for us to all be quiet. I remember things got really silent for a while then. She went back over to the door and looked out again. I think by then the guy was gone. We remained locked down though for what felt like a really long time. I think it was almost an hour. Finally, the lockdown was lifted. I remember that I got called to the principal's office and had to answer some questions about what happened. They didn't really tell me much about the situation though. That was definitely the scariest moment of my time in high school. I don't know what would have happened if that person caught up with me. I don't want to know either.
This was my craziest experience from my time in high school. I'm a female, and this took place during my senior year. I went to about an average-sized high school, and I lived about 10 minutes away from it. During this particular semester, because I was a senior, I got a free hour. This was during first period, so I didn't have class at that time. It was really nice because I could get more sleep and then come to school at a later time. But my school didn't have assigned parking, so also because of this, I would have to park sort of far away. Usually, I would drive to school and get there towards the end of first period. Then I would have plenty of time to go to my locker and get my things for my first class, which was second period. I wouldn't like to get there between classes because the hallways would then be crowded. So one morning, I drove to school and parked at the closest spot that I could find. Then I walked up and went inside. Now, I had to walk down a couple of hallways to get to my locker. After entering the school, there was probably 15 minutes left still in first period, so the hallways were completely empty. When I turned the corner and was walking down the second hallway, I remember hearing these footsteps behind me. I looked back and saw this man who I didn't recognize. It was just a guy who I knew was too old to be a high school student, but he was also not a teacher, and I didn't recognize him at all. I wondered for a moment if he had followed me inside of the school. I turned down another hallway and glanced back. He was now walking behind me, down this way. Soon, I reached my locker commons, and the man followed me there as well. I actually stopped at my locker, but when I did, I kept an eye out, and the man seemed to be approaching me. So instead of opening my locker, I decided to just walk away. The guy was still about 30 feet away from me or so. I turned and went down another random hallway connected to the commons. The guy actually followed me there as well. By now, he seemed to be walking faster. I was really creeped out, but knew that the offices were kind of close by. That's where the principal's office was, as well as the school counselors and some other staff. I figured that would be a safe place to go, so I started walking there as fast as I could. When I reached the end of that hallway, I had to turn and go up the stairs. When I did, the man following me did the same. But right up the stairs was a door entering the offices, and I went inside. The man did not follow me inside of there. When I got in, I reported the man for following me around. I didn't even know if he was supposed to be inside the school in the first place. I waited in the office area, and a short time later, they said they were going to lock down the entire school. I felt very safe inside of there during the lockdown. It ended up lasting for about 30 minutes, and then the lockdown was lifted. Unfortunately, though, the man was not caught. I found out that someone did spot him walking in the hallway, but he fled the school and left the building. Then the lockdown was ended. I was really creeped out by the guy and the fact that he had been following me around, but at least he was gone now. The rest of the school day went by normally, and for the next few days after that, everything was fine as well. I would say maybe a week after it happened, I was driving home from school one day. I was probably about halfway back home, and there was a car driving behind me. I remember coming to a stop sign, and I had to wait for this truck to pass by, so I was there for about a minute. A car pulled up behind me at the stop sign, and I just casually glanced in my mirror. I noticed the person driving was a man, and realized that it was actually the same guy who had followed me into the school. I was shocked when I noticed him. When it was my turn to go, I drove through the intersection, and then saw the man driving after me. That's when I became really nervous that this guy was going to follow me home. My heart started racing. He drove behind me for about 2 minutes, I would say. But then, he turned off to another road, taking a left when I kept going straight. I didn't see him for the rest of the way back. I realized that it must have just been a coincidence, but I still found it crazy to be seeing this man again. I mean, what are the odds? Possibly, though, he just lived in the area. Either way, it certainly creeped me out, and I hoped that I would never see him again. But I did see him again. Just a few days after that, I was driving home from school again.
I was almost home, maybe 5 minutes away. I saw the guy once more when I was at a stoplight. I really couldn't believe it. Then the light turned green and I made my turn. The man turned with me, but then took a right shortly after. So once more, he wasn't following me, but this was just really strange. I didn't notice him driving behind me at all again after that. And for probably several more days, everything was normal and fine. Several days after that, though, I was at home. I lived with my parents and brother, and I was inside of my bedroom later at night. I was sitting at my desk doing some late night homework that was due the next morning. I think it was around 11 p.m. I just remember looking over to my window and seeing like a shadow of somebody walking past. I didn't know who that would possibly be. The window to my bedroom was on the ground level and at the front of the house on the end. There were also several bushes and trees near the window, and I had shades covering the entire window. I kept watching, and for a while there was nothing. But soon, the shadow returned. I could see that somebody was outside of my bedroom window again. I had a terrible feeling. Then, I suddenly heard a noise from the window. It was quiet, but it was like somebody was touching it. After that, I believe the person tried opening up the window or something. At that point, I got up and grabbed my cell phone and dialed 911. And I heard a sort of bang on the window as if it had been hit. When that happened, I ran out of my bedroom and into the hallway. My parents and brother had already gone to bed, and I was the only one still up. I went into the living room just to get away from the area. I spoke with a 911 operator on the phone and said somebody was at my bedroom window, possibly trying to break in. The woman on the line told me that officers would be on their way to my address. When I was away from my bedroom, I felt much better, but was still really nervous. I stayed in the living room and didn't really hear much. At one point, I started to walk down the hallway towards my bedroom. When I did, I could still hear noises from my window area. It wasn't really that loud, but I could hear it. I went over and woke up my parents. Then I told them what was happening. Shortly after they were awake, the police got there. They arrived much faster than I thought. The person was still at the window when they got there. It ended up being a man, the same man who followed me into school, and the same man that I kept seeing while driving. He tried running away from the police, but they caught him in the backyard. He had been trying to pry open my bedroom window, and there was significant damage done. Luckily, though, he hadn't gotten in yet. I guess the man had been stalking me for some time without me knowing. I later found out that after the lockdown, he had periodically followed me home for days. He would drive a short distance behind me and then turn away so I didn't notice. Over the course of a week or so, he knew my entire route from school to my house. That's why I had only noticed him the 2 times. I'm just glad that he was caught. If I hadn't been up late doing homework, who knows what would have happened. This was years ago now, but I will never forget it.
This happened many years ago, back when I was a kid. At the time, I was in 8th grade and in middle school. I was a pretty quiet kid and didn't have a whole lot of friends at the school that I talked to a whole lot. I would spend most of my free time reading and studying. I was a really good student. I didn't like to think of myself as a nerd, but I guess some other kids thought of me as one. Anyways, one place that I would go to a lot was the school library. I would study in there and also do some reading. One day after school, I went to the library to do homework and read a little bit. This is something that I did a lot because I didn't take the bus home and instead walked home because I only lived a few blocks away. Typically, I would stay in the library for about an hour or maybe 2. I was reading a new book, and I was really getting into it when suddenly I heard the door to the school library open and a guy come running in. The library was not very busy at all, as it never was. I had never seen this guy before, and the way the guy looked, he didn't work there. He looked directly at me after running in, and then ran behind some bookshelves that were in the left of the entrance. I looked to the front desk, but nobody was there. I then looked around and realized that I was probably the only person who saw this guy. The guy had long hair and a beard. He also wore a really beat-up-looking jacket. I was a little bit alarmed after seeing this and got up to the front desk to find where the librarian was. But as I was walking up there, suddenly I heard an announcement of a school lockdown come over the intercom. Even though class was not in session, there were still people in the school, including a lot of students, with after-school activities going on, such as sports and other clubs. Shortly after, I saw the librarian come back from a little office behind the desk and tell me we were now in a lockdown and I would have to go in a certain room they had in the library. I told the woman that I had seen a man run in the room. I could only assume he was the reason for the lockdown. The woman then told me to come with her and called out if there was anyone else in the library. Nobody responded, and after looking around, we realized I was the only student in there at the time. We both then left the library and went into a nearby room. In this room appeared to be only faculty members, mainly other teachers. I was told there had been a suspicious man in the school, and some of them started to ask me more details about the man that I had seen. We all stayed in that room for a long time, and I was told that the police had come to the school and would locate the man. But after about 2 hours, we were let out. I wasn't given an answer whether they had found the man or not, and later that night, I found out that they never found him. They did say that the entire school grounds had been properly searched, so we were now safe, but my parents were a little worried and reluctant to send me back to school. The next day, though, everything was fine and we had a normal day of classes. I was even back in the library like usual. The day after that, though, was different. I had walked to school and got there pretty early like usual. I walked the several blocks from my house and into the same entrance of the school that was closest, which was the one in the northeast side. This was kind of a back way into the school, and not a lot of students came in this way because it was not one of the main entrances. I liked it because it was closest to me and also very quiet and not as busy. I entered and began walking down the halls to my locker. I was the only person in this quiet hallway until I saw something. I saw the same man with long hair and a beard that I had seen the other day. He was even wearing the same old jacket. But this time, he was all the way on this side of the school, far away from the library where I had seen him before. The man was pretty far away and didn't seem to notice me. He was coming out of what appeared to be a storage room. As soon as I saw him, I jumped into an old classroom that they had, and I immediately hid from the man. The lights were off in this room, so I couldn't see a thing, but I found a desk and hid underneath it. I could hear the man's footsteps coming down the hall, closer to the room that I was in. I was hoping and praying that the man hadn't seen me or heard me in any way. Eventually, the footsteps got closer to the room and then appeared to stop. I held my breath in this moment. I was terrified, but I listened closely to hear anything. After about a minute of silence that felt like forever, I finally heard the door to the school open and then shut. I had hoped this meant that the man had left. I waited about another minute and then got out from under the desk and ran down the hallway to another one where I finally saw another student. I went to my first classroom of the day and found my teacher, Mrs. Caldwell, and told her everything. Once again, we went under a lockdown and the police were called. The man never was found, but I didn't see him again after that. This happened many years ago when I was much younger. It was the school year and a typical weekday for me. This meant that I had to walk to school. It wasn't all that bad though, because my family lived in a rather warm climate, and the walk to school would take me a good 15 minutes. I would go a few blocks down my street and then connect to the sidewalk on a slightly busier street. Then my school was only a couple of blocks away from there. One day, I walked to school just like any other. It was dark outside because it must have been shortly after daylight savings or something. But I just know that about halfway to school, I noticed that there was a guy walking on the sidewalk behind me. I turned fully around and looked at him because of how unusual it was. In all of my walks to school, nobody had ever walked on the sidewalk near me, except sometimes another student who lived closer. It was a pretty quiet area for the most part. This guy was rather tall and had sort of long hair. I did remember his face, and that he had sunglasses on, which was weird. I think what I got suspicious of the man, though, was how he acted when I turned around. Turning around, I expected him to look at me or maybe say something. I wasn't trying to talk to him, but he was only like 20 feet away. When I did, he stopped and kind of looked around inconspicuous. It was as if he was just looking into the woods next to the sidewalk that we were on. I turned and kept going to school. When I did, I heard the guy now walking a ways behind me still. This continued for probably 5 more minutes. I had made it within maybe 2 blocks of school, and that's when it sounded like the man was starting to walk much closer to me. I was now scared, and I decided to start running the rest of the way to school. Whoever that guy was a real creep. Luckily, I made it to school safely, and the guy wasn't following me anymore when I got there. I went inside and got to my first class. That school day was normal until third period. About midway through the class, our teacher told us that we were going into a lockdown. This meant that all doors had to be closed and locked, and all lights had to be turned off. The teacher stopped teaching, and we all pretty much just had to sit there and wait. Our school was not all that big, and we never had lockdowns, so this was very scary for us. I remember feeling nervous, but I didn't even connect the man that had been following me earlier for some reason. It took a long time, I think about an hour, but finally the lockdown ended. When it did, we resumed our normal classes. For the rest of that school day, it was pretty normal, but it didn't feel that way. I think everybody was busy thinking about why we had a lockdown, but nobody told me. I was just told that things were now safe for us. When school got out that day, my mom was there to pick me up instead of the usual routine of me walking home. When I got in the car, she asked me if I was okay from being in a lockdown. I asked my mom if she knew what it was for, and when we got home, she told me. She said that there was a guy hanging out behind the school, sort of hiding in the woods. He ended up being arrested for trespassing, and when I saw his picture, immediately I recognized him. It was the same guy that had followed me to school. Of course, I told my mom this, and we then told that to the school. The guy actually lived in a house that I passed every day on my walk to school. It's very creepy to think about, and I feel lucky to be all right.
My name is Mia, and this happened when I was in high school. It was my junior year, and I had just recently gotten my driver's license. I passed my driving test in the middle of the semester, and I had a car from my parents that I could drive. To park in the main school parking lot, you had to have a parking pass, and you had to buy them ahead of time, so I couldn't do that. Instead, I had to park in the lower lot, which was a little bit farther of a walk to the school. After you parked, you had to walk down a path that went by the baseball fields on one side and woods on the other. Then you would pass the football field and get to one of the main parking lots. I didn't mind this because I was just happy not to be riding the bus anymore, and I could drive myself. I remember that at this point in the school year, I would get to school when the sun was just starting to rise. On about the second day that I'd parked in lower lot, I was walking up to school and I saw this guy in the woods. He was standing like 3 or 4 feet in. At first, I thought maybe it was another student. It was still kind of dark out and I couldn't see really well. When I got closer though, I saw how it definitely was not a student, and this seemed to be a grown man, much older than high school age. He kind of looked over when I passed, and I looked away when I got closer to avoid a weird interaction. I walked to school and didn't think too much of it. But after school that day, I walked back to my car and saw the guy in the woods again. I had forgotten about him, but when I saw him again, I remembered. It was really strange to me. Why was he in the woods, and who was he? I left school and drove home. For a few days, everything was normal, and I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I didn't see the guy at all. But then, on another morning, I was walking up the path and heard footsteps behind me. I didn't remember another student parking near me when I got out, so I looked back. I saw a grown man walking about 50 feet back, looking down at the ground. I couldn't tell for sure if it was the same man who had been standing in the woods before. I didn't get a good look at him either time, but this was most likely the case. Who else could it be? I looked back to where I was going, and I kept walking to my school. After that, I didn't see the man for the rest of the day. But the very next day, I saw him again. It was when I was leaving the school this time. By now, I was beginning to wonder why this man was hanging out around the school all the time. I knew he didn't work at the school, and it was really suspicious. This time, I saw him as I was almost down at the parking lot. He was standing there on the other side of the path, not by the woods this time. I passed him by and ignored him like I always did. But this time, when I entered the parking lot, I heard footsteps behind me. When I got to my car, I saw the man entering the parking lot, walking towards my car. He was still a good distance away, but it seemed as though he might approach me, so I quickly drove off. The next day was the last time that I saw the man. I arrived at school when I usually did. I parked my car, got out, and started walking up the trail to school. At first, I didn't see the guy, but as I kept walking, I heard the footsteps behind me. I looked over and saw him once more. I walked faster, and when I got to the school parking lot, the guy was still behind me. I sped up even more, and finally, I got to the doors and I entered the school. Once I got inside, I felt safe. I
went to my first class of the day. About halfway through the class period, though, the school went into a lockdown. At first, none of us knew what it was for. I didn't suspect the guy at all. The lockdown lasted for a good 30 minutes or so. When it was over and we found out the cause, I couldn't believe it. All I was told was that a man had been found hiding in one of the women's restrooms inside the school. It was the bathroom that was located right by my locker. I knew it was probably the same man, and after that, I never saw the guy again.
Happened back in my freshman year of high school. It was an average school day, just like any other for the most part. I remember I was sitting in my history class, which I think was the third period of the day. That's when somebody came to the door of the classroom with a note. I remember back at my high school, a couple of students would work for the office each hour and deliver passes to the students. The passes would usually be for the students to leave school for things like dentist appointments or whatever. When the student got to our class, she handed the note to my teacher, Mr. Watterson. He read the note and then called my name. I was really surprised, because I wasn't aware of having any reason to leave the school that day. I thought maybe I forgot about a dentist appointment or something, but my mother hadn't mentioned anything, and I know she would have. When my name was called, I looked around and then got up and slowly walked to my teacher. He said something like, "See you later, pal, here's the homework." Then, he grabbed the assignment from his desk and handed it to me. I took the note, which also served as a hall pass, and left the classroom. I remember that's when I read the pass for the first time. The note said something like, "I will be here to pick you up for your appointment at 10:30. Mom." I guess I had an appointment of some sort. It just seemed a little bit strange to me. Still, I guess I was happy to be leaving school. I walked through the empty hallways, making my way to the side entrance. There was a parking lot there, which is where people would get picked up by their parents. I got to the doors and went outside into the parking lot. There, I saw a minivan, but it wasn't my mother's van. It was a different model and color. I figured it was somebody else's parent, and my mother wasn't there yet. The time was not quite 10:30, but I think it was like 10:28 or something. I don't remember exactly. I stood there, looking around, waiting for my mother to get there, and then I saw the minivan that was sitting there with the engine running, and the front passenger's window started to roll down. I looked and saw a woman turn her head over and look at me. We made eye contact, and I could tell that she was going to say something. Then she did. The woman said that she was there to pick me up, and my mother had asked her to. She then said that she was a friend of my mother. I had never seen this woman before in my life, though. I may not have been the brightest kid in the world, but I sure wasn't that stupid. I was extremely skeptical. I asked the woman how she knew my mother exactly, and the woman replied saying something like, "We're just old friends." I then told the woman that I didn't feel comfortable going with her, and I was going to wait for my mother. The woman tried to get me to just go in the van. I then turned around to head back into the school. This situation was starting to feel really sketchy. The problem was, when I got back to the side doors of the school, they wouldn't open. The doors were locked. I had forgotten that all doors to the school were locked during the school day besides the front main entrance. Then, things got worse. I looked back to the van to see a side sliding door start to open up. I wasn't aware that anybody else had been inside of it. A man emerged and started walking towards me. The van was maybe 50 feet away at this point, as I stood right outside of the side doors to the school. I felt like my only option was to run away. I turned and ran around to the front side of the school. I didn't bother to look back at all to see if I would be chased. Back then, I could run pretty fast, and luckily, I made it around to the front end of the school pretty quickly. I kept running until I got to the front doors, and then I walked inside. When you first got inside the front doors at the school, there was a little window where a woman sat during the school day. She would ask you who you were, and you had to show her your student ID or whatever. She asked me for my ID, and as I got it out, I tried to tell her about what had just happened. I must not have explained it very well, though, because she seemed pretty confused, and to be honest, the whole situation was pretty confusing. I got a hall pass from my mother to leave school for an appointment that I didn't know what it was. Then, my mother wasn't there, but another woman was, and asked me to go with her. Then a grown man popped out of the side of the van. Believe me, I was just as confused as she was. After confirming my school ID, the woman at the window wrote me a pass to go back to my history class, and I was on my way. I walked through the empty hallways of the school, back to class. This was just about 15 minutes after I had originally left. When I walked back in, My teacher was speaking and there was a video that was paused on the board. I remember it was super awkward walking into the middle of class. Everybody was staring at me. They, as well as the teacher, were probably all really confused seeing me return soon after I had left. "Back so soon?" Mr. Watterson said. I just said, "Yeah, there was confusion and I didn't have to leave." I then sat back down at my desk and the lesson continued. Class only went on for about another 10 minutes after that, and then we were let out. My next period was English. This class was always pretty boring to me for some reason, but it was also fairly easy. I had Miss Gallo as my teacher, who was very nice. I got to class, and the day started like any other. But during this class, probably 20 minutes in, Miss Gallo got a phone call at her desk. She paused the lesson and answered it. When she hung up the phone, she told us that we were going into a lockdown, and she made it clear that this was not a drill. She seemed fairly concerned, and we all had to leave our desks and sit on the ground in the back of the classroom. We had no idea what it was about, and I truly had no clue either. I wasn't able to connect the dots for some reason. The lockdown went on for a good 30 minutes. Everybody was really quiet, and most people didn't say anything. Eventually, there was another phone call. Miss Gallo went over and answered it, and returned to inform us that the lockdown had been lifted. We were all relieved, and we finished up class, which didn't last too much longer. There was still another hour of school left at that point. By the time the school day was over, though, the word had spread, and I had found out what the lockdown was for. A man had walked into the school and completely surpassed the woman at the window asking for credentials. She asked him to stop, but he just blew past her without saying a word and walked into the school. He then disappeared into the hallways, and she had to call the office, who made the decision to lock down the school until the individual was found and identified. Unfortunately, he hid. It took about 30 minutes to find him, and the police had to be called. They found him hiding in the bathrooms that were right by my locker. And the craziest part was that it was the same man who had come out of the minivan that had tried to pick me up. This story remains one of the craziest things to ever happen to me. The woman and the man must have somehow created the note for me and tried to get me to leave the school. Who they were and how they found me, I truly have no idea. It really freaks me out to think about that part. Luckily, nothing like that happened again.
When I was in high school, I played on the basketball team. I played several sports, but basketball was always my best one. During my senior year of high school, and sometime during the basketball season, is when this story took place. I remember that during that semester, I had an open hour where I did not have any class. This was common for seniors in my school. Sometimes you could go to school an hour later or leave early, but for me, I would go to the school and practice basketball. One of the gyms was always open because we had a few of them. There was no class in the back gym, or rarely ever a class there. I would just practice basketball and shoot hoops all by myself, which I really enjoyed. On this one day, it was like any other. I went to the locker room first and changed, then I went into the back gym. I would keep an eye on the clock as I practiced here and there. I know it was about halfway through the class period when I heard the intercom. There was a beep, and then I heard that the school was going into a lockdown. I wasn't really sure what to think at first. I thought that maybe it was a drill, but it also could have been real. I was already by myself in the gym, and I figured that it wouldn't matter if I just stayed there. The doors to the gym were already closed, but I had no ability to lock them or anything. I just kept practicing, thinking it wasn't that big of a deal and not taking it all that serious. I was dribbling and shooting in the back court when I heard a door to the other gym open. There was a large divider which separated the back court that I was in from another court next to me. That court was also empty and not in use at the time. I thought maybe it was a teacher entering. Somebody was going to tell me that I had to leave the gym or something. I picked up the basketball and held it, waiting for the person to reach me. They walked right up to the other side of the divider, but then stopped. There was probably just a couple of feet of space between the divider and the wall. You had to kind of move it to go around it to the other side. The person wasn't coming to this side though. I didn't see them at all either. I kept waiting. About a minute went past, and I could tell the person was right on the other side. I thought about saying something or going over there, but I decided not to. It seemed kind of weird. I walked back over to the locker room instead. I made my way out of the basketball court and through the doorways into the hallway. I didn't hear the person on the other side of the divider moving or walking at all as I walked out there. Then,
I headed the short ways to the locker room. It was maybe like 40 feet. Obviously, nobody was out in the hallway. I reached the locker room, but after trying the door, it was locked. At first, I didn't really know what to do. I thought about going back into the gym, but then I decided to find another classroom. It was eerily quiet. There were no classrooms immediately nearby, so I had to turn to the left and go down that hallway for a little while. Finally, I was in the science hallway, and I found the first classroom. I knocked on the door several times. Soon, I saw the teacher look through the small window of the door and then open it for me. It was a teacher who knew me, which was good, and I was let into the class. I asked if anybody knew what the lockdown was about. I didn't really get an answer, though. Soon, I would find out. About 20 or 30 minutes later, the lockdown was finally lifted. The class was let out, and we all went to our next hour classes. The word spread of the lockdown, and I found out it was because a man had broken into the school. He had been found hiding inside of the gym. It was then that I realized it was most likely the same person who had been on the other side of the divider in the gym with me.
Back in high school, my junior year, I used to get to school about 15 minutes before it started. That's what time the bus would drop us off, and after getting inside, I would head upstairs to my locker first. Then there was this spot upstairs near the stairs that had a large window at the end of the hall. It wasn't that far from my locker either, and you could sit on the ledge in front of the window. My friends and I would sit around there just about every day and talk. It was kind of a routine, or a before-school hangout spot for us. It overlooked part of the parking lot and also the softball field next to the school to the east. We could also see the sun rising, and it lit up the inside really well. One day, I arrived at school, went upstairs to my locker, and then over to my friends by the window. There were about 5 of us or so there, and we chatted until the warning bell sounded. When we did, we all started to disperse to our classes. The hallways had been really crowded, but things were quickly becoming more quiet. I looked out the window and saw a few kids hurrying in at the last minute to make it to class. Then I saw this one guy hurry into the school. He was too old to be a student, and I didn't recognize him as a teacher. I thought maybe he was a substitute at first, but he was not dressed for the part. He just wore an old baggy-looking sweatshirt and sweatpants. He entered the school on the floor below, and then I headed to my class. I walked through the hallways down towards the other end. My classroom really wasn't that far away, and it was also on the second floor. As I got there, I noticed down at the end of the hallway, the same guy who I had seen entering the school was now coming up to the top of the stairs. I went into my classroom at that point. Class went on as usual, as did my next few classes after that. Then came lunch period. I remember that as I was sitting with a couple of my friends at a table, I saw the guy again. He walked briefly into the lunchroom and then out another way. I was surprised to see him again, and I also thought that it was weird that I even noticed. The school that I went to was pretty large, with a lot of students, and it would be easy to blend in with the crowd. Later in the day, in my last hour, we were in class, and about halfway through, the phone in the classroom then rang. Our teacher picked it up at the desk. Afterwards, he told us that the school was being locked down. We had to get up and move to the back end of the classroom. Then he locked the doors and turned out the lights to the classroom. We were all really confused. I didn't even think about the guy that I kept seeing around the school earlier. I was as clueless as everybody else. All of us in the class were talking to each other, wondering what was going on. Nobody knew, though. The teacher wouldn't tell us either. He just said for us to keep calm and to be quiet. About an hour went by, and finally, the lockdown was lifted. We still didn't know what was going on. School was let out, and we all went home. I rode the bus, and when I got home, my mom was there and asked me about the lockdown. I guess she had heard more about it than I did. I found out that a man, the same one who I had seen multiple times in the school, was the cause of it. During the last class period of the day, he was seen suspiciously walking down a hallway. The school was then locked down. Police were called, but unfortunately, the man was able to escape through an open window. Nobody knew who he was. I told my mom that I had seen the guy enter the school and had seen him again later multiple times. It blew my mind that the guy was able to fly under the radar for so long. He had been there since the start of the school day, but it wasn't until the last hour that anybody seemingly noticed him. I'm just glad that the guy didn't cause any harm. I don't know who he was or what he was doing.
When I was 14, my family moved into a new city. I was going to be a freshman in high school. I would be in a new school district. I remember that when I started at my new school, I didn't know anybody at all. It took me a little while to get used to things, and the new school was much larger than my old one. For probably the entire first month that I went there, I would be confused about where I was going often. There were several times that I even got lost. One day, early on in the school year, maybe the first or second week of classes is when this happened. I had just finished my first hour class, and I was running late to my second one. I remember that after walking down several hallways, I got sort of confused. I thought that I was in the correct hallway where my class was, but I soon realized that I wasn't. Then I heard the school bell ring, and I would be late to class. All of the kids had left the hallways, and I was the only one there still. Many of the hallways looked very similar, and to be honest, even to this day I think that some of them are sort of confusing. So back then, I was very confused. I went back and tried to figure out where I had gone wrong. I just wanted to get to class as quickly as possible. Maybe 2 minutes after the bell had rang, I was still trying to figure out where I was going. I was truly lost. Then I heard another noise on the school speakers. It was an announcement that the school was being locked down. We were told to stay in our classrooms, and nobody was supposed to be in the hallways at all. Now I knew that I really needed to find my class. I was sure that it was around here someplace, but the fact that I was panicking was making things worse. I probably wasn't thinking very clearly, and I was also just young. When I made it to the end of the hallway that I was in, I remember seeing a man approaching. He was wearing glasses and a blue sweater. He saw me, and I figured that he was a teacher or something. Then he asked me what I was doing in the hallway and said there was a lockdown. I told him that I was new to the school and I couldn't find my classroom. He asked me what class it was and my teacher's name. When I told him the information, he said that he knew where that was, but he said it was kind of far away, and he told me that I should go with him to his classroom instead. I agreed, and we then started to walk down the hallway. The man was friendly and asked me how the school year was going as we were walking. I talked to him briefly, and then we were mostly walking in silence. After a couple of minutes of following the man, I saw something that looked familiar. It was the classroom that I was actually supposed to go to. I stopped when I saw it and told him that this was my classroom. He told me to keep following him though. I remember him telling me to go to his room, and in a lockdown, staff wasn't allowed to open their door or something. But for some reason, I didn't listen to him. Even though he told me not to, I walked right up and knocked loudly on my classroom door. When this happened, the man seemed unhappy. But I heard somebody walking to the doors just on the other side. It was my teacher. Then the man who I had been walking with just left. The teacher to my room opened the door, and I told her I was supposed to be in her class. She let me in, and then closed the door behind us and locked it. I remember her asking me where I had been, and I said that I got lost. Overall, she wasn't upset or anything, and understood that I was a new student. The lockdown went on for probably 30 minutes, and then it ended. I really wasn't that scared, but I also didn't know why we were having a lockdown in the first place. When it was over, we went on with class, and after that, I went on with the rest of the school day. I didn't hear for the entire rest of the school day what the lockdown was even for. But when I got home, my parents told me about it. They said that a man was arrested inside of the school for trespassing. I thought it was crazy, and then they showed me a news article of what happened. When I saw a picture of the guy, I realized that it was the same man who told me to follow him to his classroom. He didn't even have a classroom at all. He wasn't even a teacher and didn't even work at the school. So where was he going to make me go with him? Probably to leave the school. That also must have been why he didn't want me returning to my class and walked away so quickly. I ended up telling my school about my encounter with the man. After that, I got used to things at the new school, and I ended up graduating from there. But that was by far my craziest experience in high school. Back when I was in high school, I would say for the most part I was a good student. My grades were mainly B's and a few C's. I wasn't the brightest, but I always went to class and tried my best. Mainly, I was just good at gym classes and other easy elective ones, and I really hated science and math. One day during my junior year of high school, I got to my science class to see that we had a substitute teacher for the day. This class was also my last class of the day, and my best friend Tommy was in the class with me. For those two reasons, I liked it, but the actual topic of science I absolutely hated. We were glad to see a substitute, because usually that meant it was going to be an easier day. The substitute announced that he was going to play a video for us. The video was a series we had been watching sometimes in class about science, and it was super boring. He then got onto the computer to take attendance. The school had computers set up in every classroom for teachers, but the substitute couldn't seem to log in. He tried for several minutes, and then announced to us that he wouldn't be taking attendance after all because he couldn't access the class roster. This was a few years ago, so we all watched the video on one of those big TVs they had on the rolling carts. The teacher turned the lights off and began to play the video. He then announced he was going to go fill up his water and would be back in a minute. Tommy and I saw this as an opportunity. There were two doors in the classroom, one at the front and one at the back. We both sat in the far back corner, and when the teacher left the room, we both left out the back door into the hallway. We then snuck around the corner over to where some other classrooms were. Of course, we couldn't let any teacher or hall monitor see us, so we went into this little area that was kind of hidden. It was a little storage hallway near the art department and was really long and narrow. It was a hallway with a bunch of closet areas inside of it for storage and was rarely ever used. We both went in there and sat down. We were then free to play games on our phones and talk, and even eat some snacks that we had in our backpacks. This was much better than being forced to watch a boring science video in our minds. We began to joke around and play on our phones. I was eating a bag of potato chips when I suddenly heard a noise come over the school intercom. Before long, we heard that there was a lockdown going on. Tommy and I both looked at each other. "What do we do?" he asked. I guess we had better just stay put and keep hidden in there. We decided to move into one of the closets they had in the storage area with a bunch of stuff. It was quite cluttered in there, but we were both able to squeeze in. Some time went by, and we both wondered what the lockdown was for, and hoped that no teacher would ever look down that hallway that we were in. We were going through scenarios in our head, and figured it was nothing serious, when suddenly the door to the hallway we were in opened. Our hearts started to beat really fast. The closet we were in didn't have a door that properly closed, so it was open just a crack. The hallway door then shut again, and we heard heavy breathing come from the end of the hallway. We both got as quiet as we possibly could. We heard whoever was in there walk down the hallway towards us. It wasn't long before the person passed by the closet that we were in. We could see that it was a man, but we didn't recognize him. He was younger looking and wore average clothes. He walked past us, and we heard the closet door next to ours open. At that point, we were both terrified. Both of us sat in there for several minutes. We could hear the man moving sort of, and also breathing heavily at the same time. Tommy whispered quietly to me that he couldn't take it anymore and we had to get out of there. We both counted to 3, and then made a mad dash for the door at the end of the hallway. We both knew that we could outrun the man. As we had made it almost to the end of the hallway, we heard someone shout at us. We both got out of that hallway and ran back to our classroom. When we got there, the door was locked. We both banged on it until the teacher opened it up for us. After that, the lockdown lasted a while longer, but thankfully the man was in fact caught. It was some tense moments in that room, and it's safe to say that Tommy and I both regretted our decision to leave class. This story took place about 5 years ago. It was my senior year of high school, and I was working on a big test. It was for a science class, which was tough for me, but I studied hard for it. I remember that I finished the test much later than everybody else. I had completely lost track of time because I was so focused. By the time I realized that I was taking so long, the bell rang. Then I was tempted to hurry and finish, but I decided to keep taking my time and doing my best. I knew that it wouldn't be a big deal, and I would not get in trouble for being late to my next class. I finished the test, and my teacher gave me a pass to get to the next class of the day. When I left the class, the hallways were completely quiet and empty. It felt kind of weird.
I walked the hallways to get to my next class, but only about a minute later, as I was still in the hallways, I suddenly heard an announcement that the school was being locked down. I started walking faster so that I could get to my class. I had no idea why there was a lockdown, but I knew that I didn't want to be in the hallways. When I turned a corner to another hallway, I suddenly saw a man standing in the middle of it. But it wasn't a teacher or employee of the school. I could just tell. This man had long, messy hair and was wearing clothes that appeared old and kind of dirty. I knew immediately that I needed to avoid him, but I would have to walk past him to get to my class. I was standing right in the middle of the hallway in plain sight of the guy, but he wasn't looking over at me. He was facing in another direction. I turned around and ran back, hoping to get out of his sight before the guy would look over. I hid around the corner and I waited. I didn't hear the man walking closer to me, which was good, but I didn't hear him walking at all. Then, suddenly, the man spoke. He yelled out and said, "Hey, I know you're right around the corner." When I heard him say this, I panicked. I really didn't think that he had seen me. After he said this, it sounded like he was starting to walk closer. I took off running in the opposite direction right away. I ran as fast as I possibly could. As soon as I started running, I heard the guy running after me. I wasn't really that fast, and I was afraid that the man would be able to catch up to me. I looked around for anybody else in the hallways at all, but saw no one. When I kept running, I turned corners from one hallway to the next. Nobody else was there, though. The man seemed to be gaining on me, even though I was going my fastest. I decided to try and get out of the school again, and I ran for the west entrance of the school, which I was closest to. Then, finally, I saw a police officer by the door when I got there. When he saw the guy chasing after me, I saw him start to run over. The man behind me stopped chasing and ran in another direction and was now being chased by the police. I stayed by the door, and the man was caught several minutes later. The lockdown ended shortly after that. I really don't know who the guy was or what he was doing inside of the school. I didn't hear that much more about it afterwards. That was the scariest moment of my life, though.
This happened in my freshman year of high school. Back then, I would ride the bus to and from school every day. We would get there about 10 minutes before school started. After we got to school, I would usually go up to my locker and then get my book and head to my first class. I still remember this like it was yesterday, even though it was many years ago now. I got inside the school, walked up the stairs, and headed to my locker, which happened to be on the second floor. As I was getting my books and notebook for class, the school intercom went off. I was confused, and everyone around me looked confused as well. There was a message that followed, saying that the school was being locked down. We were told to report to our first hour classrooms. One of the teachers from a nearby classroom came out and started telling everybody to get to their classes. The hallways quickly became empty, and I had to walk a ways to get to my first class. The longer I walked, the fewer kids were around me. I had to go back downstairs, and when I got to the stairs, nobody else was near me at all. As I started to go down the staircase, I got about halfway down and was about to turn the corner to go down the rest of them. I heard what sounded like multiple people running, coming from right down the staircase. My instincts kicked in, and I turned around. It didn't sound good, and my first thought was that it was related to the lockdown. I decided to take another way to get to my class. I would walk back up the stairs, go down the hallway, and then go down another staircase and take that one. But when I started walking down the hallway, I heard whoever had been running going up the stairs, and they were running up the stairs as well. I didn't want whoever this was to see me, and I turned the corner and went down a different hallway. I panicked and went into the bathroom that was in that hallway. I was just too scared to go all the way back to my classroom. I thought the person might start running and catch up to me or something. I didn't know who the person was behind me. When I got inside the bathroom, I went in one of the stalls and locked the door. I didn't expect whoever had come upstairs to even go near the bathroom. I just wanted to wait until I was sure they were gone. But I soon heard footsteps approaching, and then they actually entered the bathroom. My heart started racing like crazy. I hadn't expected it at all. The person stopped, and was right inside the bathroom for maybe 10 seconds. I was afraid they were going to walk over to where I was or something, but they didn't. They walked back out the bathroom door and then left. I remained where I was for probably another minute. Then, I very carefully got out and went back into the hallway. I looked around and didn't see or hear anyone. It was all very quiet. I carefully walked to the nearest stairs and went down. Then I went to my first hour classroom. I knocked on the door and was let in. Everybody inside seemed concerned about the lockdown, and I told the teacher about the guy that I had seen. We stayed locked down for probably 30 more minutes before it was finally over. Then things resumed into a normal school day. I had never seen that guy, but apparently he was found hiding in a different bathroom. I think he was going to try to hide in the bathroom that I was in, but when he saw me in there, he decided to leave. It still gives me the creeps to think about it.
This story is from 2017 when I was a freshman in high school and bored in class one day. I was in my third period and was happy that I would be getting out of class later. I had an orthodontics appointment to get my braces adjusted, and my mom would be coming to the school to pick me up. The class that I was in was math, and it was quite boring to me, to be honest. I was just not a math guy in high school. Usually, I would just sit and look out the window and not pay attention very good. I sat in the back corner of the classroom, which was on the second floor of the school. That's what I was doing on this day, just looking out the window. The teacher was talking about math, and I was getting distracted by looking out the window into the front parking lot below. I was hoping that the pass would get there soon, then I could leave, and my mom would be there to pick me up. As I was looking out the window, I noticed several police cars driving down the street. They ended up turning into the front school parking lot. I thought that was a little bit strange. Me looking at this was interrupted, though, when the classroom door opened up. It was a student with a pass, and I knew that it was for me. The teacher paused, then took the pass, and then called my name. I got up from my desk, packed my things, and then headed for the front of the class. I took the pass, and my teacher gave me the homework assignment for the day, which I then stuffed into my backpack. Then I left the classroom and headed down the hallway. As I started walking, I got a text from my mom and saw that she was there at the side door. That's where you would get picked up from. It happened to be at the opposite end of the school, though. As I walked the empty hallways, suddenly I heard a sound come over the school intercom. I wondered what it could be. Immediately, I kind of had a bad feeling, because this was out of the ordinary. What followed was a message saying that we were going to be locked down. I was still a ways away from the side doors, but I really wanted to get there before I would have to stay in the school. I did not want to have to wait in a locked-down classroom and miss my orthodontics appointment. It wasn't really the appointment that I cared about, but if I went, my mom would let me take the rest of the day off of school. Plus, I was a little bit worried about why we were going under a lockdown. If I was in any kind of danger being in the school, I wanted to get out of there fast. I sped up my walking pace as I kept going down the halls. I hadn't seen anybody since I left my classroom, and I was hoping that I wouldn't see anybody either. If a teacher saw me, they would likely make me go into their classroom. When I was about halfway to the side doors, but still upstairs, I heard the sound of somebody walking down an upcoming hallway. I didn't have to go down that hallway, but it was going to intersect with the one that I would. Not knowing who it was, I chose to try and avoid them. I stopped, still a ways back from the corner, and kind of hid behind some lockers. The footsteps got closer and closer. I decided to just turn and walk in the other direction. When I started walking, it was like the footsteps suddenly started going a lot faster. I almost ran to the nearest corner and went around it. I didn't think that whoever it was would follow me, but they did. I heard them still coming closer. I literally ran for the stairs and went down them. Now I was thinking that there was no way the person behind me would go downstairs as well, but they did. I knew whoever it was following me. Probably a teacher, but I wasn't sure. I was in too deep now. It was clear to them that I was trying to run away. I turned at the first possible place that I could and went down another hallway. That one was very long and straight. It was complete silence other than my footsteps and the ones behind me. I started running to get to the end of the hallway. I heard the person behind me get to the bottom of the stairs and then start going down the hallway in my direction. When I finally got to the end of that hall, the only thing that I had to do was go around the corner and then make one more turn to the side exit. I looked back before going around the corner. I saw a man with long, stringy black hair wearing a black leather jacket. I had no idea who he even was. When I saw him, I was really creeped out. I thought that it would have been a teacher, but this wasn't. I turned and sprinted away. I ran all the way to the side doors as fast as I could. When I got there, I burst out the doors and ran for my mom's car. I was able to make it there and get inside. I told my mom that we were in a lockdown and some guy was following me around the school. She called the school and reported it. When we left, we saw several police cars out front. Then I remembered seeing them enter the school grounds. It had to be connected. We went to my orthodontics appointment after that. But by the end of the day, I learned more details. The guy inside the school was fleeing from police. They tried to pull him over earlier, and he led cops on a bit of a chase. After his car got stuck in a ditch, he got out and fled on foot. He ran for a while and was able to momentarily get away from police until he was spotted on the school campus. Nobody thought that he actually got inside of the school, and the cops were mainly searching behind it, but they did send one officer inside. Eventually, he was located in a hallway of the school by the officer inside. Nobody was harmed. I don't think anybody knew about him following me around, though. I'm so glad that I got away from the guy. I'm not sure why he was following me. I don't know if he was dangerous or not, but that's my scariest experience from high school.
I'm a teacher, and this is something that happened at the last high school that I worked at. During that time, I taught a couple different classes. One of them was an advanced class that only had a few students in it. The subject was not the most popular one, and I had just 10 students in the entire class. At this time, I had been teaching at this particular school for about 5 years. My classroom was located on the second floor of the east wing of the school. It was in a hallway that was kind of out of the way from the other areas, and usually very quiet. One morning, it was third period, when I was in my small class of 10 students. I was teaching and going through a normal day with them, when all of a sudden, I got a phone call. I went over to my school phone on my desk and answered it. When I did, I was told that the school was being locked down and it was not a drill, and to follow the lockdown procedures. I was not told the reason for the lockdown. After hanging up, I told my class that we were going into a lockdown and it was not a drill. Then I followed the routine. I was to lock the classroom door, obviously, and then turn out the lights. My desk was at the front of the classroom and on the side near the door. All of the students were supposed to go to the back of the classroom then. Some of them asked me what the lockdown was for. I told them that I didn't know. This had only been, I believe, the second lockdown since I had been working at the school. The first was just for a stolen car that was at a nearby property, so I really didn't know if we were in any danger right now, or if this was more of just something taking extra safety. It's always better to be safe, but in the back of my mind, I was slightly nervous. We all waited inside of the classroom, and it was mostly silent. Many students were just going on their phones, and some were whispering to each other. I was sitting in my desk and just waiting for the lockdown to pass. Then there was suddenly a knocking sound to be heard coming from my classroom door. This was really strange. I didn't know why anybody would be knocking on the door. I got up from my desk and walked over to it a few feet away. I heard some of the kids quietly talking amongst themselves about it. The door had a small window on the left side that was probably 2 feet tall and maybe 6 inches wide. There was a cover on it, and I lifted it to see who was there. I saw a suspicious-looking guy standing right on the other side of the door. He was wearing a sweatshirt with a hood and was looking down, so I didn't get a good look at his face. I could just tell that it was a man, and he appeared to be older than a student, but I didn't know for sure. What I did know was that he was not one of my students. I looked at my students in the room, and it was easy to see that all 10 of them were there. I really didn't think that I should let this guy into my classroom.
But then he started banging loudly on the door. He must have been pounding with his fist nearly as hard as he could. He was constantly banging and banging on the door. This went on for probably 2 or 3 minutes straight. The students were asking who the guy was and what he wanted. I told him that I didn't know who it was, and I was very sure that it was not a student. I told everybody to try and remain calm. The banging on the door momentarily stopped, but then it picked up again even worse than before. This time, I briefly looked out of the window and saw that the man was attempting to kick the door in. I heard him shout at me to open the door. I also noticed then that he was a former student of mine, one that I'm pretty sure that I failed. I had him my first year of teaching, and he was now probably in his early 20s. I called out his name and asked him what he wanted. He just yelled some curse words back at me and said that he was going to get me. Then he mentioned another teacher's name and said she was next. To me, it seemed like this guy was mad at all of his former teachers for flunking him or something. I really didn't know. I tried to get him to calm down, but failed miserably. He seemed to be more angry than ever. He continued kicking at the door. Now, I was really worried that the door would not hold up and it would break. This was not an extremely strong school door. It was a wood one that seemed pretty average, but it was holding up surprisingly well to this point. Each powerful kick that the door took, though, I could see it moving slightly. After several minutes of the door being kicked on and off, I finally heard other voices in the hallway. There was some yelling, and the man then seemed to run away from the door. I heard more voices and more yelling, but couldn't make it out. Eventually, things quieted down. It seemed as though the suspect had been caught. A while after this, the lockdown was lifted. I had to answer some questions from police as well as other school staff. I'm just grateful that all of my students were okay. The man was in fact mad at me, as well as a couple of other teachers. Apparently, he was also on a few different drugs. I feel bad about the whole thing. Obviously, as a teacher, I never wanted to fail somebody, but in his case, he didn't leave me much of a choice. He rarely showed up to class and never did the work when he was there. I even remember trying to reach out to him once, but he really rejected me for the most part. I think he was just a troubled teen who got in with the wrong crowd. Eventually, he got into drugs. I just hope that he gets the help that he needs. I'm currently a high school history teacher. This is something that happened a few years ago. It was a normal school day. I had just finished teaching a class, and it was going into the third period for the day. During this hour, I did not have a class. Each teacher in the department would get an hour where they didn't have a class. It was different for most teachers, though. Usually, I would use this hour to grade assignments and prepare lessons. So on this day, when class ended and the next period started, I left my classroom. I was going to the teacher's lounge to make some coffee, and then I would go back to my classroom. Each department had a teacher's lounge. The history department at the school had 5 of us, so when I got to the room, it was empty. It was just a little ways down the hall, and was between one hallway and another. It was sort of a weird room, because it had 2 windows in it that looked out to the hallways. We had curtains inside, though, that were always closed, so nobody could see in. I'm not really sure why there were windows in the room in the first place, but nevertheless, inside the lounge was a few couches, a table, some chairs, a fridge, and a TV. It was basically a break room. The floors were also carpeted, and it was comfortable in there. I took my time making coffee, because I didn't really have that much work to do. As I was in there, though, I heard over the school speakers that there was a lockdown. I was really surprised at first. In all of my time as being a teacher to that point, I had never seen a real lockdown. We had several drills, but never a real one. I was wondering what the reason was. To that point, it had seemed like a very normal school day. I decided to go to the doorway and open it up. If there were any students in the hallway, I would make sure that they got to a classroom. When I looked out into the hallway, I saw no one. It was very quiet. Then I went back into the lounge, got my coffee, and was going to head back to my classroom. But when I got to the doorway to leave, I looked out into the hallway and actually saw someone. It wasn't a student, though, or another teacher. It was a man who was younger looking, but way too old to be a high school student, probably mid to late 20s. He was walking in my direction. I decided to go back inside the teacher's lounge. My instincts were telling me that he wasn't supposed to be in here. After I got inside, I locked the door to the lounge. Seconds later, somebody tried opening it. Obviously, it was the guy who I had seen. I was really surprised that he tried going inside this room. Why would he want to go in the teacher's lounge? The guy then knocked on the door. I wasn't sure whether to answer it or not. For a moment, I was going to. Then I heard him say on the other side, "Let me in." The way he said it was demanding. It made me not want to let him in. I didn't answer, and instead got my phone out to call the principal. I wanted to ask why we were in a lockdown, and I wanted to know who this guy was. The guy knew that I was in here, so I called out asking him who he was. He didn't answer me, and just asked to be let in again. When I called the principal, he didn't pick up the phone. He was probably busy. I waited for a minute or so, and then called again. Meanwhile, the guy who had tried to go in the lounge hadn't knocked or said anything in a while, so I thought that maybe he had left. At least, that's what I was hoping. I tried to call the principal again, but as I was dialing, suddenly, I heard the sound of shattering glass. I looked over and saw that one of the windows to the break room was being broken. Some type of blunt object was crashing up against it. The curtains were still closed, so I couldn't see to the other side very well. Soon, the entire window was smashed. I stood there, kind of in shock. Then, I saw the man who had been in the hallway. He suddenly started to climb through the window and enter the room. As he was doing that, I sprinted for the door. When I got to it, I ran out and kept running until I had made it back to my classroom. When I got there, I unlocked the door and went inside, then locked the door behind me, all without looking back. Luckily for me, I didn't see the guy. I finally felt safe now that I was in my classroom, but the guy was still inside of the school. I called the police then on my phone, and I was told that they were aware of a lockdown situation at the school. Some officers were already on the way. After that, I didn't hear or see anything else. I waited inside of my classroom. The lockdown finally ended about 15 or 20 minutes later. The guy was caught by police when they found him still inside of the teacher's lounge. He had snuck into the school somehow and was on drugs. Aside from that, I don't know much other details. I'm not sure what his actual intentions were. I'm really glad that I got away from him, though.
This is an experience I had in high school that I still think about to this day. I was a junior in high school, and it was about halfway through first semester. I remember that back then, I walked to and from school every day. My parents' house was maybe a 10 or 20-minute walk, and it was in a neighborhood just north of campus. One day, I went to school and had a normal time. It was fourth period, which was the second to last class of the day. I was sitting in class with my friend, and we learned on our phones that a nearby bank had been robbed, or at least there was an attempted robbery. Apparently, my friend's older sister worked at the bank, so we had some inside information. I remember my friend saying he wondered if they would lock down the school. I figured that they would, but just a couple of minutes later, the class period ended. I went to my locker, put my books away, and then got ready for my final class of the day. That was English class, and I found it pretty boring. But at least it was the last class period of the day. I remember that as I was out in the hallway near my locker, I heard the school intercom make a sound. That was followed by the lockdown announcement. Now, obviously, they didn't say what the lockdown was for, but I had a pretty good idea. I also felt like we weren't in any danger. I mean, there was an attempted robbery like a mile away. I figured none of us were in any danger. So I thought about it, and I didn't really feel like sitting through the lockdown, so I just left. It was a dumb thing to do looking back. I walked right out the doors and then headed for home. I took the sidewalk in front of the school, and then took another one that led to behind the school. That went north, and it passed by the sports fields on campus, and then on the right of the sidewalk was a dense woods. After walking next to the woods for a little while, you would arrive at my neighborhood. So I passed by the sports fields, and everything was going fine. I was feeling good and happy that I did not have to sit in a crowded classroom and not be able to leave. As I was walking past the woods though, I remember hearing this noise from far away. It seemed to be deep inside the woods. I never really thought that it was an animal though. It was just too loud and seemed like a person was running. At first, I assumed it to be another student, possibly leaving like I had, but I didn't know why they would be running in the middle of the woods. I kept walking, and the running sound got closer and closer to me. Eventually, it reached the edge of the woods, but it was behind me. Then, whoever it was emerged. I turned around and looked behind me to see who it was. I was honestly expecting it to be a student, but it wasn't. Instead, it was a grown man who had a messy beard and longer hair. He also had a backpack on and was looking right at me. I was just standing there staring at him, and we were both facing each other for a moment. It was really awkward until I turned around and just decided to keep walking back home. When I did though, I heard the man start walking up behind me. He was getting closer, so I moved over to the far right and went into the grass. I was expecting him to pass by me, but when I did, I heard him go onto the grass. This alerted probably my fight or flight response or something. I know that I just looked behind me for a second to see the guy about 5 feet away. Then I just started running. I sprinted like crazy, but when I did, the man started running too. He had a backpack on though, and I was not slow, so I had a slight advantage on him. Still, that was probably the most scared that I've ever been. I kept running, trying to make it back home, but out of a panic, I turned and I went into the woods. I don't know if I was hoping to confuse the guy or what. I entered the thick forest area and continued to run. The man who was after me ran into the woods as well. I went deeper and deeper in, and it was kind of hard to run through there with how many tree branches there were. The man chased me the entire way. I could hear him a ways back, but I was actually extending my lead on him a little bit. Soon, I decided to head back out of the woods. I ran back to the left and eventually made it out, but the man was still running after me. By now, there was only a little more woods before I got to my neighborhood. I sprinted to the end of it, and the guy was back at least 50 feet. Then I cut through several neighbors' yards. I remember hopping a fence at one point, and then passing by another street. By that time, I wasn't looking behind me or hearing the guy anymore. Soon, I finally made it home. I unlocked the door and got inside. Then I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. It was the best feeling in the world to arrive back safely. I caught my breath and was home all alone because my parents were still at work. I remember about a minute later hearing tons of sirens off in the distance. The next thing I knew, there were several police cars down my street and all over the neighborhood. I found out that they were all searching for the man. He was the same guy that attempted to rob the bank. He fled on foot in the direction of the school. That's why he had been running through the woods. It was really stupid for me to leave school, because I just so happened to run into him. Why he chased me though, I'm still not sure. I'm just really glad that I'm okay. This happened 5 years ago, during my time in high school. I remember that I was in class one day. It was history, in a class that was usually pretty easy for me. I don't remember exactly what we were doing, but I know that I got permission to go use the restroom. This is something that I would do all the time, so I left the classroom and didn't need a pass or anything. Our school was not that strict, and not that large either. Most teachers were pretty cool about just letting people go, as long as they could be trusted. So I walked down the hallway to the nearest restroom. Unfortunately for me that day, the nearest one to my history classroom was a bit of a walk. There was one at the end of the hallway, but it was being cleaned. I recall seeing the cleaning cart in front of the door, so I figured not to use it. I had to walk farther, but was able to find one that I could actually use. I went inside and was in the bathroom for no longer than a minute. Then I left, but shortly after, heard an announcement that the school was being locked down. Now, at this point, there was obviously nobody else in the hallways, and I knew that I wasn't supposed to be either, so I decided to hurry up and walk back to class, but it would take me several minutes to do so.
I remember that when walking back, I passed by this one teacher's classroom that was completely empty, and the door was also open. That's when I had the idea to go inside of it. The lights inside were off, so I couldn't really see anything. I'm sure my teacher would understand that I just went to the nearest classroom for the lockdown. I didn't want to get caught by somebody for being out in the hallways. I was also kind of nervous about the lockdown and wanted to get to a safe place as quick as possible. So I entered this empty and dark classroom. Then I closed the door and locked it. It was kind of cool to have an entire classroom to myself. I felt safe in there, but I also wondered what this lockdown was for. I was really hoping that it was nothing serious. As I was in the room, I sat down at the teacher's desk. I wondered where the teacher was, but figured that they were either gone for the day or just gone for the hour. Now, I never turned the light on to the classroom because I knew that lights were supposed to be off in a lockdown. As I was sitting at the desk, I suddenly saw somebody stand up at the back of the room. Somebody had been sitting in one of the desks in the back row on the right side, and I hadn't even noticed. Seemingly, a man stood up, and my heart instantly began racing. When this happened, I stood up. Then, I saw the man take a step closer to me, very slowly. I turned and just ran for the door. I unlocked it, opened it up, and then left. The guy was not chasing after me or anything. After I made it out of the room, I began walking as quickly as possible for my classroom. I made it around the corner and was walking down the next hallway. During that time, I heard footsteps behind me. I looked back and soon saw a man turn the corner, and he was following me. He was a long ways back, and I figured him to be the same guy that was hiding in the classroom. When I saw him, I just started sprinting. I ran all the way down the hall, and then into the hallway where my classroom was. Then I ran all the way to the door. I started banging on it like crazy and yelling for my teacher to open the door. He took what felt like forever. In that time, I saw the man walking down the hallway straight for me. I was about to abandon my plan of going to the classroom and just run away somewhere, but then the door opened up. My teacher had finally answered it, and I went inside and my history teacher closed and locked the door behind me. Out of breath, I told him what happened. I remember that he opened up the door, saw the guy, and then quickly closed it. Then he went to the phone. He called somebody, and I felt much safer inside the classroom. The man that followed me did not try opening the door or knocking on it or anything. I think he just ran away at that point. We all stayed locked down for about 30 more minutes. Then the lockdown ended. I guess the man had been hiding in the school and ran away. He chose to hide in the same classroom that I went in, and he had already been in there. I really should not have entered that classroom.